conference will now be recorded.
Not yet, hold on. Okay, we're live.
Okay. Town of Pembroke Park, regular commission meeting Wednesday, June 10th, 2020 at 7:00 p.m. Pledge of allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United
of the United
States
States of America,
of America,
to the republic for which it stands,
one nation under
God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
justice for all. And may I make a statement, Madam Mayor?
Sure.
I know all of us feel the same way, and our sympathies and heart and our feelings goes out to Martell with her situation and her family. And we just wish the best, and she's in our prayers, and her family.
And a speedy recovery.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay. Before we start, I would like to take a personal privilege and just have a moment of silence for George Floyd. If you guys don't mind. If you guys don't object, I'd like to do that now. Okay, thank you. Okay. Thank you, guys. Okay, so with that being said, I am going to read that.
Please stop.
What's that?
Stop.
Okay.
Just stop talking.
Yes, because we had a moment of silence. Okay. The virtual instructions. Notice is hereby given that the Town Commission of the Town of Pembroke Park, Florida will hold a virtual regular meeting utilizing communications media technology, CMT, in accordance with Governor Ron DeSantis' Executive Order number 20-69, dated March 20th, 2020, pertaining to conducting local government meetings while under the public health emergency related the spread of novel coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19. Town Hall is currently closed to the public. This is the regular commission meeting for Wednesday, June 10th, 2020 at 7:00 p.m. Public access to this virtual meeting can be accomplished as follows. You can dial in using your telephone. The toll-free number is 1-877-568-4106. That's 1-877-568-4106. The toll number is 1-312-757-3129. That's 1-312-757-3129. The access code is 436-856-349. Again, that's 436-856-349. During the meeting, you can submit a text or voicemail at 954-707-9820. That's 954-707-9820. Any member of the public wishing to comment publicly on any matter, including on items on the agenda, may submit their comments by email to the Deputy Town Clerk at townclerk@townofpembrokepark.com. That's townclerk@townofpembrokepark.com. All comments submitted by email that if read orally or 3 minutes or less shall be read into the record. All comments submitted by email shall be made a part of the public record. If any member of the public requires additional information about this Town Commission meeting or has any questions about how to submit a public comment at a meeting, please contact Marlene D. Martell, Administrative Service Director to Deputy Town Clerk, Town of Pembroke Park, 3150 Southwest 52nd Avenue, Pembroke Park, Florida, 33023. The number is 954-966-4600, extension 235. That's 4600, extension 235. Okay, so at this time, we are going to do roll call.
Commissioner Cohen,
Here.
Commissioner DeVille, Clerk Commissioner Jacobs. Please, I need everyone to mute their phones, their computers. Clerk Commissioner Jacobs. Clerk Commissioner Jacobs.
I'm
Is
here.
Clerk
I don't know if you can hear me. I'm here.
I can hear you now. Okay. Vice Mayor Clark.
Here,
All right, sir. Mayor Mohammed.
I'm here.
We have a quorum.
Okay. I am going to skip the additions, deletions until he comes in, just in case if he has anything. I am going to go to public comment. We received a call. Joy, are you there?
Yes, Mayor, I'm here.
Okay. Can you tell them what the call was about and the phone number to call to help them resolve the issue?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
A resident called in asking if the commission will research Pembroke Park Villas, Pembroke Park Gardens, and also Pembroke Park, I guess, townhomes. The management company is raising their rent, and they wanted to know what the town of Pembroke Park can do about it. So I contacted our town attorney today, and he got back with me and stated that we can call Broward Protection Consumer Agency. Chris, attorney Ryan.
Yes, I'm here. Yeah, I would recommend that the residents call the Broward County Consumer Protection Agency. They're equipped to handle residents with all different types of claims dealing with landlord tenants, and also they actually have a provision on their website now related to COVID-19 matters. So I think they would be the persons to contact to help them resolve this issue.
Okay. Do we have a phone number for them?
Yes, ma'am. That number will be 954-765-1700, and they will press option 3.
Okay. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that we got that out there. That way, that information is done. Okay. Were there any other public comments? I know you got some during the event on Saturday.
Everyone was happy that the event started back again for the food drive, and they just want to see a continuance. Also, we're doing a hot food distribution on June 15th. All she will need is 5 tables, and I also got the volunteers to 3 volunteers from Saturday to assist her with the distribution, ma'am.
Okay, perfect.
Mayor, may I?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the food, the hot food, is that the Florida or the food drive, the Florida, South Florida, feeding South Florida? Are they
No,
the one that's,
The hot food is
Yes.
it's a nonprofit agency, MOVA. I can't pronounce it.
Yeah, me
Okay.
neither. They're with them. They're partnered with the Miami Dolphins, and it's a nonprofit office that likes to partner up with the municipalities so they can give out hot food to the community. And she has hot food for 150 people.
oh, okay, well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mhm. And I also want to thank Chef LT. He has been providing our volunteers with food for the past 2 weeks. He's actually a resident of Pembroke Park, and he remembers when we actually took food out, when we took water out through the community in the pickup trucks for the hurricanes. And so because of that, he thought we were, Aiden's food is ready. He thought that, he loved the work that we did in the town for our community. And so he's been volunteering and cooking for our volunteers every week with his food truck. So I do want to thank him for all of his hard work and helping to take care of our volunteers who take care of our community. Okay, so Marlon, were there any other public comments?
No, Mayor, I don't have any other public comments.
Okay. So I'm still just skipping number 5 just in case Ray has anything. And so I'm gonna go ahead to number 7, the reports of the committees and city staff. I don't know if Chief Kane is on the line or Captain Coker. Yes, no, maybe. I know Captain Coker's been on the line. She's been calling in.
And I do know that we've been getting reports from her as well.
Mm-hmm.
At the last commission meeting, I did go ahead and upload her report, but I don't have one for this time around. And Chief Kane, he submitted this report, and that's why it was uploaded to the system.
Okay. Okay. Well, since we can't hear Captain Coker, I do know that BSO district headquarters is dropping off food to our seniors. They're dropping off food from Feeding South Florida that actually includes a hot meal. Oh, Mark, can you unmute the calls?
Which one?
I don't know if she knows which number she is, but she's on the call. She says she's on mute.
She can unmute herself, but it's just, I don't know which one. I can unmute 12. Let me try it. Number 12, is that you? What's her name, Mayor?
Stephanie Coker.
Oh, Captain
Oh, this
Coker.
is Commissioner DeVille, by the way.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Let me edit that name. Hold on. Okay. All right, we have Commissioner DeVille on. Let's get him set up. Captain Coker. Captain Coker. I'm unmuting everybody there.
Okay.
Captain Coker.
I'm Captain Coker's on.
Okay, we hear you.
There.
Good evening, commissioners. How's everybody? I just wanted to take this opportunity. Yes, we've, Mayor, I heard you started touching in on this. We have a partnership with Sheriff Tony has a partnership with Feeding South Florida. And so we've been able to start ascertaining bags from them on a weekly basis to go out and deliver to any seniors that are in need. So if you guys come across any families, please let us know. We're able to get the bags. We have to give a count on Tuesdays, and we pick up the bags on Thursdays, and we're able to go out and deliver the bags on Thursdays and Fridays. So that's a partnership we've been doing. So please, you guys know anybody, any families that need any help, please let us know. Or we're going to go out and deliver the food.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
Captain Coker, is that going to be this week or next week?
Every week.
Huh?
Every week. Every week.
Oh, every, okay. I do have some residents that I'd like to deliver food to. Probably
Okay.
10. I'll touch base with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I come to your office tomorrow or?
Yes, ma'am. That's fine.
Okay. I just want to make sure you guys are open.
Yes, we are.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Madam Mayor, that's all I have at this time. I will send you guys a monthly report here soon for the month of May. If I have not already sent it, I'll send it out for the month of May. But that's all I have at this time.
Okay. Thank you. And
You're welcome.
I will call you afterward because I did forget to give you to re-give you the list from last week. And
Okay, not a
I felt
problem.
bad because I woke up in the middle of the night like, oh no, I forgot to feed those people. So you're lucky you didn't get a
Okay.
3 o'clock in the morning call.
Okay, not a problem.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, and everyone has Captain Kane's report. All right, so I'm gonna, now that Ray's on the line, I'm gonna go back to item number 5. Are there any additions, deletions, or withdrawals to the agenda? Go ahead, Gina, unmute. Unmute.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Yes, I have an item, one of my items, 14C, the clustered mailboxes. I'd like to put that on the next workshop, which is going to be held in September.
Okay.
So we can have a discussion. I also would like to have number 10G. I think that's Howard's item. That's the wait a minute, hold on.
Community garden.
No, not that one, Howard.
Oh,
Yeah, the
organization.
chart. The chart. I think
Okay,
we
and I'm gonna, after talking to, may I, Madam
Yes.
Mayor? After
Go ahead.
talking to, HR today, Yolanda, we're gonna pull that and JC and give JC some time to go through over the next few months. So this would be coming back up in, I guess, it would be September. And, the main reason for it being there was just to show where the gardener goes. That's what that was originally intended for. And then it got off to a little different angle. And what I think JC wants to comment, Madam Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
No, if you're, Mr. Vice Mayor, if you were done, I would also like respectfully pull in touching on that same vein, remove item 10H as well. Put that off till September.
Can somebody mute?
What's that? IT?
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
Oh, I don't know. That's not up to me. That's up.
No, it's just,
No.
it's a request that I'm making.
We're under add additions and deletions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
what is I'm sorry, Howard, what is 10H, JC?
That's for the IT director. I in the same vein, I just want to get to know all the staff and speak to everybody. So I just wanted to push that off.
Is that for the hiring?
Yes, correct. The IT director.
Okay, I thought that we were gonna do that, vote on that tonight. All right, thank you.
Getting back to what Gina said, Madam Mayor, on 10G, the first 3 items, that is only to reference the HR community gardener, and we don't even really need that. I just wanted to point that out. But the organizational chart, old and new, after the town manager has reviewed different things, then we'll bring that back up. JC, when did you say the next meeting is? In September?
It's in September, right?
Yeah, okay. In September, Madam.
No, hold on. The next meeting is scheduled. It's a workshop and it's August 26th.
Ooh,
That will
okay,
be
so-
our next, that is the workshop, and then we'll follow September with an actual voting meeting, our regular meeting.
So that would be put off till,
And that's when we come back from our vacation, correct?
Perfect.
Correct.
That's fine.
I thought we'll be in wait, I'm a little confused. I thought we were gonna be out July and August.
You are out all of July and until the end of August, because right now you are ending on a commission meeting, and then you were supposed to have a workshop at the end of this month, but that would mean that then you could not have an actual meeting until September. And that's too long of a time for to have one discussion and then have a meeting. So that's why we went ahead. We have this commission meeting. The following meeting will be a workshop, and then in September will be our regular commission meeting. So at the end of August, it's a workshop.
Commissioner Cohen, was I able to answer your question? about the organizational chart?
Yes, so I guess all this and what I brought up is going to be on that workshop in August the 26th. Correct?
Correct. And
Okay,
Madam Mayor,
thank
just to make it perfectly clear, on 10G, the community gardener part-time is still on there for tonight.
Okay. So you're removing the organizational chart till August 26th, but the gardener is still on for tonight.
Right. Correct.
Okay.
And also my items or the
And also, yeah.
cluster
cluster-
mailboxes.
It's on for August 26th.
Thank you.
Okay, and I have another one to delete, if I may, Madam Mayor. When you recognize me, I want the others to go first.
Okay, which ones?
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Okay, 14B, I want to bring off Coca-Cola. That'll come up at a future date. JC and I are going to call, as I promised, the representatives from Coca-Cola and introduce him. And then that'll give him more time to be involved in it and get up to speed on it. So pull that one, 14B.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Okay, give me 1 second.
Gina, did I come in clear on that one? Did you hear me on that one? What happened to the mayor? Where did she go? I can't hear you. You must have it on mute.
I said yes, Vice Mayor. You
Okay.
came in very clear.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Mark put me on a new frequency.
Yes, sir.
Didn't want to burn the house down. Okay, and I gotta get a better chair. Ugh, this is not fun anymore. Okay, so is that everything?
No, Madam Mayor, just wanted to bring to the attention of the commission, we have a few items that, prior to the meeting, some resolutions were brought up. I did upload them to the system, but at this moment, I just want to bring it to your attention because they are items that were actually on the agenda, but I had to put up the resolution. So for example, and at this moment now, the resolution having to do with the organizational chart, we no longer need to have it because we're not going to be discussing the old and the proposed organizational chart, so we can eliminate that one. It's not on your agenda right now because this is what I uploaded just a few hours ago. In addition to that, I also received in the same email, I have also two more resolutions, a resolution and a contract, and those are under 13C. It's the contract and the resolution for the professional services for the police department. And I uploaded that to the system as well. And what I did was I forwarded to all of you via email. In other words, the email that I received, I send it to you.
Okay, I have a question. You said the professional service contract is 13C?
Well, what happened is that we have the police department in that section. So rather than create a new section and it's all related to the same thing, I went ahead and I put it in there. Again, it's to your discretion. It has been uploaded to the system and it is available to the public. It's not something that's being brought up at the present time and the public hasn't had an opportunity to look at it.
Okay, so 13C, we're amending to include contract for something Howard.
Yes, and a resolution as well.
And resolution. And then we also have the architectural construction services?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, it would make more sense for me to pull this part out of my book. All right, cool. All right, anything else you have?
No, Mayor, I don't have anything else at the present time. Oh, yes, sorry. One last clarification. In regards to the ordinances, this is a second reading of the ordinances. And in the number that is the 2020-002, which is relating to chapter 12, health, I actually
Somebody
uploaded.
please mute. Somebody please mute.
I uploaded, the description is correct, but I had uploaded another resolution, and therefore I brought that down and I uploaded the correct resolution, but I wanted to clarify that.
Okay,
But Attorney Ryan also went ahead and he placed the notice. I also have the notice on the website, so all the requirements have been met.
okay. Okay. Any other changes? Go ahead, Howard.
Quick question, Marlon?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there anything that I've left out or should add during all our discussions? Are we good? Or am I good?
You're very good, sir. The only other thing that I forgot to mention was that the Attorney Ryan did also give you a written opinion for yourself and Commissioner Cohen. Those have not been uploaded to the system, but again, it's an opinion, and those can be uploaded before the day is out. I will still have them on the record, though.
Okay, thank you, Marlon, as always.
Okay. Okay. Is that everything for the amendments? Yeah, I can't get the tapping right for the Jeopardy song.
So far, I believe that's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, so then I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda with the modifications as stated. Is there
Oh, I
anyone?
make that motion. I'm sorry, I had it muted.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call.
Motion made by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Commissioner Cohen. Commissioner Cohen? Commissioner Cohen?
You're muted.
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille?
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs? Clerk Commissioner Jacobs? Clerk Commissioner Jacobs? I can hear the children.
I don't hear the kids.
I thought I did. Okay, Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed?
Yes.
I did forget to mention one last thing to you guys. The rating for the Public Services Director, I also uploaded it to the system. I also emailed it to all of you. So you do have it, you should have it in your email, and I can always read it out to you, worst case scenario.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Okay, everyone has, we're gonna go into 7B, the lobbyist report. Everybody has the lobbyist report. If anyone has any questions, they can contact our lobbyist. Vice Mayor, you don't have anything to add on that, correct?
Where's that pen?
There was supposed to be a resolution by Attorney Ryan. He was supposed to get with Attorney Segerson.
Hey, can y'all hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Jacob.
I was muted on the other end, so I couldn't talk to y'all.
Okay, so you're good
So
now?
that was a yes for me if you didn't hear it.
Okay.
Okay, so Marlon,
Yes, sir.
we were supposed to have a resolution.
Yes, sir. The resolution is on here. Give me 2 seconds. I will let you know where it's at. The resolution is under 13D, as in
Okay.
David. It's resolution 2020-068. And
Okay,
that's to enactment of Senate Bill 410.
Okay, so that's on later down the road, Madam Mayor, so thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Nothing on the
Okay.
first one. Okay.
Okay. Item number 8, consent agenda. Does anyone have anything they wish to remove from the consent?
No.
Nope. Okay, then I'll entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda.
Motion to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion?
Madam Mayor.
Okay, I do have a question for Mark. I just want to make sure that, Jeffrey has a question.
Yes, just in regards to emergency declaration, item number I.
Okay,
I'm sorry,
L, okay. What page is that on? All right, 634.
What was the question?
What's the question, Jeffrey?
in regards to our emergency declaration on the original one, we also have the fees, the accruing fees for code enforcement. And I was seeing if we can go ahead and have that resume, so we can go ahead and start our code enforcement meetings. That way we have recurring fees resuming.
Okay, you do know that people still can't get contractors to come out to their house, right?
Well, yeah, we have construction still occurring. Plans are still being submitted and work is still being done. And since we're starting our code board again in July, in July, if we don't have our fines and fees in place, then it kind of defeats the purpose of our code board.
But you know, people still ain't coming out to people's houses to do no work, right? You know that, right?
What would be the best solution?
How you think I'm over here sweating up a storm? AC needs to be fixed. I'm taking matters into my own hands. Yes. Who's that? I'm sorry, who's speaking?
Mayor, how are you? Miguel Nunez, building official.
Hi, Miguel.
I'm speaking on behalf of code enforcement. I concur with code enforcement officer Lewis. We need the code board in place and we need to start presenting the cases. However, we can allow additional times so that way the contractors and anybody within the can enter the properties and premises to perform work. Even though that has not stopped anyone in the Broward County area nor in the state of Florida to perform work. Currently, every
Okay, come fix my AC because I'm sweating over here. Because won't nobody come in my house.
We can arrange that. We can arrange that. And
Here.
not a problem.
Come here, hurry up. I'm waiting.
I promise as soon as I finish the meeting, I'll be there.
Okay.
Thank you. And that wouldn't have not stopped the contractors to enter premises. The only group that has not allowed the contractors to enter premises is the Second Homeowners Association because of their concerns about the COVID-19. But the construction is status quo right now. It's as normal as anybody would be. So I will concur with Jeffrey Lewis about the code boards to be in place. Thank you, Ma'am, for listening to my.
Okay, well, I would like to give them additional time just because of the fact that people, you know, not for nothing, you don't want people in your houses still with COVID, especially when we had 1,000 new cases this week alone. And you can't get people out either. So I would do it cautiously, but with the direction from the commission to allow people additional time to complete their projects if need be, especially if they're indoor projects. Outdoor projects, those aren't, you know, as problematic, but indoor projects, I would definitely give direction to give more time.
I concur with you, and also I would like to include, depending on the conditions, any life safety item. Obviously, that's out of the question. So just to let you know.
Okay. Are you guys going to be going around and looking to make sure that the facilities have the plexiglass and all that stuff going on?
That's not part of our mandate at this point in time, but if the commission requests that, we're not enforcing the safe distancing, the social distancing. The The plexiglass is just as a means of reduce social distance, especially whenever you don't have a mask. But there's no forcible mandate by the feds on that yet, nor Broward County. So, but if you have any mandate on that, we'll be more than glad to advise and notify our vendors and our commercial customers about the need to maintain the social distance and the need for safety on the premises. That's, I believe, that the thing that we can do over there.
Okay. All right. You guys have taken this from the county's emergency declaration, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so I just want to make sure that we're not doing more than we're not infringing upon it to where we're being detrimental to some of our businesses, where the county's opening up other businesses, but we're not opening up all of ours.
Yeah, we will be reasonable.
Okay. So, okay. All right, so I have a question for you.
For me or Mr. Luis?
Either one, because I know it says this section does not apply to nightclubs for the bars and other establishments, bars, restaurants, and things. So I know that the bars have been opening up across the county, as well as some of the nightlife, including Booby Trap has opened up, Hard Rock is opening up. Well, Hard Rock is supposed to be having a soft opening on Monday, but they're open. So yeah, my niece flew down just to go to Hard Rock this week. So what nightclubs, since it says this does not apply to nightclubs, what does, I'm saying Booby Trap, what is that? The Playhouse, Dollhouse, what is that place right there on 56?
Playhouse.
Playhouse, okay. So is it that because the title is Playhouse, they're entitled to open under Section B, but they wouldn't be entitled to open if they were considered a nightclub? Like, how is this working? Because they're open. So I just want to make sure that we protect our businesses in our city, i.e. Thirsties, what's the other one? Thirsties, Dairies, Hennytown, Scarlett's. If everyone else is opening, I want to make sure that they're able to open as well.
Correct. I would have to review phase 2 opening just to make sure that they are able to open and operate. I'm sure they'll probably be at a limited capacity. Just like restaurants, it's probably at 50%, but I will double check phase 2's opening to see where they fall. Okay, so with us approving this tonight, I do want to make sure that we are not limiting them because of maybe a titling issue that they're opening across the county and we hinder our businesses from opening back up. So like I said, I do know that the other adult establishments, if I'm saying it correctly, are open. So I just want to make sure that our entertainment establishments are opening as well. Correct. Yeah, we'll be following the guidelines of Broward County to make sure that they are able to open, and as part of their phase 2 planning and operations, they'll be allowed to open with the guidelines.
Okay, so then do we need to do any modifications because we're not going to be meeting again? Chris?
Mayor, yeah, the mayor, the hierarchy is the state emergency orders are set the overall rules for the COVID-19 responses. Then the county has its own rules, and if the rules in the county are more stringent than the state, then they would apply. And then the town has it's a third ranking in the hierarchy of the rules. So if the town is just following the county's emergency orders, which it appears we are, then we would have the same opportunities for business to open as they are throughout Broward County. So we're not, there's no additional restrictions on businesses in town of Pembroke Park that I'm aware of that supersede the county's restrictions.
Okay. Okay, give me 1 second. Coker, could you come on the line for a second? Mark, can you unmute her? Yeah, that might be faster texting by the time you figure that out. Okay, never mind. Okay, we're good. Okay, so I'll enter, where were we? Again, oh, roll call.
Motion made by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Clerk Commissioner Jacobs. Commissioner Cohen?
I'm sorry, and what is this again? This
is for the consent agenda from A through L, 8A through L.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner DeVille?
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed?
Yes.
Please, if I could try to have at least 3 commissioners on the camera at the same time, please. Thank you.
I think that's a Mark question.
We need one more.
Yeah, but Vice Mayor, can you please, there we go. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Number 9, Finance Department. So A, Comcast invoice.
Yes, I'm not sure if Stephanie is on the line, if she wants to respond to it, or if you want me to respond to it.
You can go ahead, it doesn't matter. That's for the,
Yeah, it's for
The
repair work
$4,000
on a sewer line, when the sewer department was working on a
no,
repair.
Comcast.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes, it was our sewer department damaged a Comcast line. So the Comcast submitted a bill to us for repair work to repair the cable lines.
Correct.
All right, Stephanie, go ahead. So how much was it?
It's 2,000. Hold on.
$2,163.97.
Okay.
I'm sorry, may I,
The
can you
repair.
repeat that amount again?
Sure, it's $2,163.97.
Thank you.
Okay. So we need to pay that, huh?
Right, just a motion to approve the payment of the bill.
Okay. Anyone want to make the motion?
I'll make that motion to approve the bill to Comcast in the amount of $2,100, not to exceed $2,163.97.
Is there a second?
I have a question, may I?
Okay, let's get a second so we can have discussion.
Okay, second.
Okay, go ahead, discussion.
Didn't they owe us money at one time? Mark? Do you remember that? Wasn't that Comcast? Attorney Ryan?
That
Yeah,
wasn't.
they paid that
That was
money.
now.
We got the money back from them when they took our
Okay.
phone system out. Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure we got the money back. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Okay. Roll call.
Motion made by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Commissioner Cohen. Commissioner Cohen?
Yes.
Bill,
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark,
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed.
Yes.
Please, everyone mute your phones. Thank you.
Okay. 9B, cleanup authorization for waste management. Jeffrey? A and B still around? Oh, wait, am I getting them confused? The scrap metal place.
Yes, Commissioners, Jeffrey Lewis, Code Enforcement Supervisor. This is in regards to A and B scrap metal, which is over on 1708 31st Avenue. This was to approve the cleanup with waste management in order to clean up all the scrap metal. Going out this week, they have went ahead and cleaned up the entire property. So therefore, nothing has been charged or service was necessary to remove any of the. We did have a question in regards to the PO.
Please mute. We can't hear Jeffrey. Please mute.
There you are. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Since we don't have to utilize this PO or allow waste management to go in to clean at this current time, the question is, are we able to have the purchase order approved and stay open? That way, in case it does happen again, since it has been a reoccurrence, that we can just go ahead and have waste management go ahead and clean up, or do we need to bring this back up to the commission for approval?
So you want to open PO?
Mayor, if I might interject, I would recommend against that and just deal with it on a case-by-case basis, because you don't know what the situation is going to be, circumstances, the amount of debris, things of that nature.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay. All right. So if you need us, you'll call us back.
Okay, so any occurrence and have any PO approved, we'll bring it back in front of the commission.
Okay, sounds good. 9C, pump replacement for lift station 31, located at 2250 Southwest 30th Avenue. Miriam? Is Miriam on the line? Is Miriam muted?
Hold on, Madam Mayor. I'll go over to where she's at and tell her to get on there.
Okay. I'm gonna mute because I don't know if y'all are hearing me with my papers waving, trying to cool off.
I unmuted, but I don't know why. Okay.
Okay, we hear her.
Oh, you hear me? Okay, good. To replace a pump that's at lift station 31. Right now, it's station operated at.
Okay, somebody needs to mute because I'm having a hard time hearing her.
Okay. We need 2 pumps for each lift station. Currently, we only have 1. If that one fails, then we'll be in trouble. Anyway, we have a quote now for $5,807. So I'm asking not to exceed 6,000 for installation of the pump and testing.
And Madam Mayor, what pump station is that? Which one?
31.
So,
31. That's the one by Carolina, next to the recycling facility.
okay, so I'll make that motion, Madam Mayor.
Hold on, Gina has her hand up.
Okay. Now, is this the one on the Howard Senior Clark Walkway?
No, that's the portable pump. No, this one is a lift station. That's sewer.
The lift station where? I'm having a hard time.
Y'all mute. Can everyone mute their phones except for Gina and Miriam?
Thank you, Mayor.
This is located at Southwest 31st Avenue, near that big recycling facility.
The one off of Park Road?
Between Pembroke and Carolina.
Okay, so, okay, Pembroke and Carolina?
Mm-hmm. That street that runs from Pembroke to Carolina, right before John P. Lyons.
Okay, so you're talking on Carolina and John Lyons Road.
Well,
Because
it's
I'm
actually
confused,
on
'cause-
Southwest 31st.
Okay. I'm a little confused on this one. Wait, Pembroke Road and 31st.
By Progressive.
By Progressive? Oh, okay.
Yes,
Okay.
Progressive.
So you would put a pump, why would we would put the pump over there on
already
Carolina Street, you mean?
Yes. It runs in, it ends into Carolina.
It what?
It ends there, yes. That's at road.
You know,
Is this?
I'd like to table this maybe until I can see this.
No. Okay, Madam Mayor, let me find out.
Go ahead, you guys do that. I'm gonna interject just because of the fact that right now.
I'm not
with
understanding.
With
Yeah,
hurricane
it's not
season
coming in
coming through.
clear.
I know. With hurricane season coming through and the fact that looking at the agenda item report, it said that the pump has failed and needs to be replaced. And currently you're only operating on one pump without a backup pump, and it's not safe, operational, or best practices. So for me, I'm gonna say that we need to move on this item. I'm not sure where it's located, but go ahead, JC.
Miriam, can you just clarify, this is sanitary sewer, right? It's not stormwater that we're talking about, correct?
Madam Mayor?
Miriam and then Howard.
Yeah, no, yeah, let Miriam go ahead and tell you. And it's a sewer, it's not drainage.
Sewer.
Yes.
Okay, I thought it was stormwater.
It's sewer.
Right, I did say it was okay,
It's,
a lift station.
yeah, lift station is sewer, pump station is drainage.
Well,
Okay, so what, this is
a replacement pump.
Okay, so Madam Mayor, again, let's get the thing up for discussion, do it the right way if we can. So I'm gonna make that motion not to exceed, what was it? $6,000. Lift station 31, that's sewer. And that's pretty important.
There's a second? Hold on, need a second for discussion.
Yeah, a second.
Okay, go ahead, Gina.
Okay, so this lift station is going to go outside on Carolina Street.
It's just a replacement pump. It's a replacement
pump. Okay. All right, just want to make sure.
Yeah, and rightfully so.
I don't want anything operating at half capacity so that we can have issues. Especially with us going on vacation for 2 months. Because that's gonna be a hot mess. So if there's not any more discussion, please call the roll.
Motion made by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Commissioner Cohen. Commissioner Cohen?
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille?
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs? Clerk Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes, yes.
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed?
Yes.
Motion passes.
9D, I need somebody to mute. 9D, repair 52nd Avenue main sewer line leakage. Ooh, what's been going on with our systems this week?
Yes, this particular lake, okay, hold on.
Miriam? Oh,
Said
wait,
you couldn't hear me, so I moved.
Yeah,
Okay.
she can't hear you from the other room and you can't hear her, so she's gonna be in here
That's
close
fine.
by, okay?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, this particular problem, it happened about 3 weeks ago, and we still haven't fixed it. Mainly because we're waiting on quotes, and so far the quotes are coming pretty high. It's going to entail having a camera inspection for the line. We already did the primary one to discover what the leak was in the pipe, and we have about 6 feet of pipe that was where we discovered the leaks. However, the way they propose to repair is to have an injection, an epoxy injection, a lining type of repair. That's gonna be more, it's gonna be cheaper than replacing the whole pipe, which will have to be excavated and so on and so forth. So like that, you're just doing the injection above ground. And afterward, they're gonna have to have a camera inspection to make sure it's properly sealed and repair the road.
All over me already.
Location.
The location is on 52nd Street, right across from.
I'm sorry, you said
Mark?
Middle school.
Mark, can you mute?
Right across from the middle school, Watkins, no, Watkins?
I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, that's on 52nd,
Yeah.
it's Watkins Elementary School.
Right, I don't know if any of you were driven that street, it's pretty bad. We tried to.
Is that where that
repair-
thing is dug up?
Yes.
Right in front of the apartment complex? Okay.
Correct. So we did a temporary patch, but it's not the real repair. So we have to wait until the road is, the pipe is repaired. The first quote that we have, and it did include everything, was 13,000. So 20 kind of look a lot. We have not received anything yet. We're still asking for quotes, proposals, and I put 20,000 to cover everything.
So Madam Mayor, that's like an emergency because we're going on vacation for 2 months. This has to be taken care of. This is 52nd Avenue down by Ray DeVille, Commissioner DeVille.
And it's going on 2 months. We discovered it 3 weeks ago, but the sinking was begun 2 months ago.
So if I may, Madam Mayor,
Go
can
ahead.
we ask Attorney Ryan, what's the best way to proceed with this?
Well, okay, I would recommend, based on the amount of the expense, you're gonna obviously need to get 3 quotes. And you can then authorize the repair in an amount not to exceed a certain, whatever the dollar amount you determine to be necessary for the repair, based upon the approval of the proposals that you receive by. I would go ahead and authorize the town manager to make that decision for you, but you won't be in.
Okay, so can I make the motion, then we get a second into discussion?
Go
Yeah,
right
we wanna-
ahead.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion that this is an emergency item in an amount not to exceed $20,000. 3 proposals have to be gotten, and the town manager will authorize it, and that's what I'll say. Does that look good? To fix a pipeline, a sewer pipeline on 52nd Avenue, near or right across the street from Watkins Elementary.
Okay, I will second that, but I want to make sure that we do get the 3 quotes and that the manager is to sign off on that.
Yeah, that's part of the motion.
Thank you. Second,
Roll call.
Motion made by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Commissioner Cohen. Commissioner Cohen?
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille?
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed?
Yes. Okay, so
And Madam Mayor,
Go
can I
ahead.
just make one little comment? And it's
Yes.
my understanding, this pipe is 16 feet down into the ground.
Yeah, I see that. It's in her report. Okay. Okie dokie. 9E, purchases during commission summer hiatus, town manager. All right, there's a resolution there. Chris, you want to read the resolution?
Right, I'll just read the title. This will allow town manager to make authorized purchases up to $5,000 during the period that the commission is in recess. It's a resolution that the town commission, the town of Pembroke Park, Florida, authorizing town manager to approve payment for services and commodities in an amount not to exceed $5,000, superseding conflicting resolutions and providing an effective date.
Yes. Motion to adopt? Is that what you're looking for? Sounds like we're in a submarine.
Yes, that's what you're looking for, is a motion to approve the resolution.
Okay. Did you guys make the motion? Between all the beeping?
I did. I
We
made
have
the
a motion, we don't have a second, Mayor.
Oh.
Motion was made by Vice Mayor Clark.
Anybody? Gina, Ray, somebody second?
I second.
Okay. Roll call.
Motion made by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Commissioner DeVille. Commissioner Cohen?
It's better not to make a mistake. Be right here.
Hello, can you hear
You're
me?
safe. You're with me.
Hello?
Commissioner Cohen?
Yes. What? Hello?
Commissioner DeVille? We hear you. Commissioner DeVille?
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Let's do, wait, which one did we just do? The
You're on
sewer.
item
pump-
F.
Yes, sewer pump station cleaning. Well, isn't that part of that one or no?
No.
Now, this one
Oh.
is on the master sewer station.
Okay.
Like you mentioned, we did go on a roll there. We had another leak over at Master Station 2034. And we also had a blockage there, and they had to come and pump that particular manhole out, and also the lift at the lift station. And they have some unresolved issues that they need to come back for. So we did an emergency repair, which we haven't received the invoice yet. And we also had a sinkhole there, which needs to be repaired. They're coming back at a later time since it wasn't considered an emergency repair. And for that, I'm asking not to exceed 15,000,
Wow.
not just, that will not be solely for lift station 34. We're doing that as a preventive, so we don't have the same thing happen again to a few other lift stations in the area that seem to be coming to have that same problem. So this is to avoid a backup and a leak and a sinkhole and all this mess that we had previously.
So I'm going to make a motion, Madam Mayor, on lift station 34
And others.
And others, an amount not to exceed $15,000 for an emergency repair.
No, we already done the emergency repair.
And then again, if you have to go out, how many quotes, Attorney Ryan, do you have to get on
I did
that?
3.
Or that was an emergency, you already had the work done.
No, I did part of the emergency. Now we still have other issues that we didn't address yet.
Do you have any idea what, the amount of the original service was, what you're calling an emergency service?
The first one was $5,750. $750.
Why don't you have the commission approve payment of that invoice originally, because the purchasing manual or procurement ordinance allows the emergency expenditures by the town engineer or manager in this case, then it has to be approved by the town commission at the next subsequent meeting. So that would be approved, that first one. And then I'm not really exactly sure what you're talking about for this contingency fee that you're having for the other matters. Are they, do you have any idea what work needs to be done and what the cost is going to be?
They're not contingency, actually. They are real expense coming up. We do have the sinkholes to repair, and we do have to pump out the other manhole that's also almost full. And we have, outside of that particular lift station, some other lift station in the area that needs to be cleaned out. So we already spent $5,000, so we really almost to $10,000 now.
Madam Mayor, Attorney Ryan, let me dispose of this first matter, what the work that was done and where the assistant director has an invoice. So do I have a motion already? I'm gonna rescind that. So we can
There's no motion pending. There's no motion pending.
Okay, then I'm gonna make a motion that we approve on an emergency basis an amount of $5,750 for the emergency work done on lift station 34.
Huh?
Can you repeat it, Howard? I didn't hear it. I didn't hear the motion.
According to the Assistant Public Works Director, there was an emergency on Park Road, right down from the Allied Vans or right across the street on the west side, which is a master lift station. And so anybody driving by there saw all the equipment there. So they did, on an emergency basis, work in an amount not to exceed, let's say $5,800, so they could pay this first bill that was already performed. The service was performed. So it's an amount not to exceed $5,800.
And I'll second. I did drive by there and I saw that there was a problem there. Hello?
Mayor, we can't hear you.
Sorry. I said, was there any other discussion? I saw JC shaking his head. No? Okay. Then roll call.
If I could please have Vice Mayor, please, if you could show up on the screen. Motion by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Commissioner Cohen. Commissioner Cohen?
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille?
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark? Vice Mayor Clark?
Sorry, I was muted. Yes.
Mayor Mohammed?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
And then, Madam Mayor, from what I'm hearing, then there's work that is going to be coming up. And so then Attorney Ryan's going to tell us how to proceed with that. And I would say if you took $5,800 away from the original thought of $15,000, then that's around what, $9,000. So let's say,
Not to exceed 10.
let's say not to exceed 10,000. And how many, Attorney Ryan, proposals does the assistant director have to get and the manager approve?
Yeah, when it's on the non-emergency basis, you go ahead and get the 3 proposals for the work. It's going to have one contractor perform all the work at the different stations.
Okay, so I'll make the motion that an amount not to exceed $10,000, that this additional work that is necessary, the assistant director gets, public works director gets the 3 proposals, and the manager approves the final one, not to exceed $10,000.
Second, is there a second? No second? All right, then I'll pass the gavel. and make the second. Oh, okay,
Second.
okay. Then any discussion? No, roll call.
Motion made by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Commissioner DeVille. Commissioner Cohen,
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille,
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark,
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Item 10A, HR contract. Oh my gosh, with this page, any page numbers on this thing? Yolanda or Chris? No, I don't know. Who has it, Chris or Yolanda?
Go ahead, Yolanda. You've been in touch with the council in Tallahassee.
This is for the town manager contract, right?
Yes.
Okay. I reached out to Elmer Ignacio, who's the attorney from Performance Office from the Florida Cities, and I requested if he could review the town manager's contract in order to add some specific language that the mayor mentioned that they might be able to add for us, just based on their experience dealing with the previous manager's list of particulars for termination. So
Please, if everybody can mute themselves so we can listen to Ms. Menengazo, please.
So they responded back with a contract that the town would have to sign, because they were originally contracted to look at the particulars for the termination and not to look at this contract. So the new contract that they sent would need to be signed off. And what it says is that they charge an hourly rate of $325, and the maximum amount of time that it would take them to review the town manager's contract would be 5 hours. So that's about $1,600. So that's the latest update that we have.
Okay,
Mayor,
go ahead, JC, and then go ahead.
Mayor, if I may, I am very confident in my abilities to run this town, and I am committed to this town for the long term. If you guys will have me, obviously. I do want to ask, if possible. I mean, I've been on the job now a week and a half, and I don't have a contract signed yet. I was hoping that we can sign the contract that was approved already by the town attorney, reviewed and approved by the town attorney. And if need be, we can come back at a later date and make an amendment to it, which I have no objection to. But at least at that time, we will cover all bases. And I understand and appreciate that we want to protect the town. And I was just hoping that we can move forward in that direction.
Okay.
So, Madam Mayor, what do you need for me to do? Make a motion to amend? Or what do you want? What are you looking for? So we can move this along.
Well, yeah, two things. You can move the contract along, and then you need to sign a contract with what's the company called? Spellman. But Yolanda, when I called them originally for their hotline, they said that they were, well, the hotline for the league says that they review the contracts for new hires. Did you call them or you called Elmer directly?
I called Elmer directly. And when I spoke to him on the phone, he actually told me that you were calling him at the same time. And he told me he was gonna call you back to explain to you exactly what he mentioned to us in the email, that that we would have to sign a new contract because they were not hired for that specific service.
Okay.
Of course, I asked would they do that, you know, out of the goodness of their heart, but no, they charge $325.
I told you. Yeah, there's nothing for free with lawyers. Yeah, that's weird because I haven't called him back and I know he's been calling and I kind of haven't called him back because I haven't had a chance to go through any of his paperwork yet. So that's weird that he thought I was calling him. Because I've kind of been avoiding him just because I haven't read his stuff yet.
So, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
May
Okay.
we ask the town attorney what's the best way to proceed on this? So we keep
Yes.
it going.
Yes.
Well, yeah, the mayor has requested that the contract be reviewed and amended, and like, you know, need to, if you're going to do that, need to go ahead and do it. If you want to, if you want to enter into this contract, I mean, it's a binding agreement. If the terms change where the parties don't agree on the amended terms, then you have the agreement that you've executed. If you want to wait, I mean, I know Mr. Yohannes wants to go ahead and get his agreement signed. I just don't know how long it would take for outside counsel to complete the review. I know that what the mayor has asked, but I mean, you almost need to be responsive when they call you back to figure out, you know, what they want to do.
No. I was supposed to go through the bill of particulars and give him comments and I hadn't gotten a chance to get to that. So that's why I didn't know that he was calling regarding the contract because I thought that you guys were handling that.
Well, that's where we stand now is been explained by Ms. Menegazzi.
Okay. So,
May I ask a question to the attorney?
Go ahead.
Mr. Attorney, what the town manager proposed, because at least the current contract that the commission has reviewed and that you have put together and you've reviewed, it includes like the major terms and conditions of employment. Would it be possible to add some type of addendum after the fact so that at least we have our manager working with a contract?
Yes, that you certainly could do that, as long as you know, they don't propose terms that are not acceptable to either side, and then the parties don't, you know, then they don't adopt the terms that have been recommended by your outside counsel, and you know, I don't know what they're going to change. It's my understanding that there were not significant changes that were going to be made to it. There's some semantics that needed to be or minor changes from what I originally heard. So, but I'm not sure.
So, one of the things I guess that would need to happen is that we would go ahead and enter into a contract with Spellman to review the contract. Somebody mute?
Please mute.
Please mute yourself, please.
Mute the phone.
Chris?
I'm here. I mean, the original contract was presented to the commission a couple of weeks ago, and you know, we didn't hear until it came to vote at the last meeting as that there was any objections to it, and then once the objections were noted, really they haven't moved the ball much because you know, Spellman hasn't been given, you know, marching orders to go ahead and to complete the addendum, the review. So if you want to go ahead and adopt the agreement as it is and have an addendum, to the terms that they determine to be necessary, then you can do it that way. I mean, it's up to you.
No, I was asking.
The options are out there that you can either go, like I said, sign this contract. If there's changes that you want to do, they can be done by addendum, or you can wait till the recommendations are incorporated and sign the contract at that time. Those are the two options. It's up to you to determine what you want to do.
But Chris, you also need to have you actually have to contract with them. That's the whole thing. Spellman is asking for a contract because their scope of service on their original contract is just for Agatha. Even though they advised that there were issues, they want a contract for that.
Right. Either way, you're going to need to enter a contract with them to amend it. The question, is my understanding, is whether you're going to sign the contract that's on the table right now, and then you have that in place, and then pending the review by Spellman's firm. Once they've completed the review, then add an addendum as necessary to make the changes. So I don't know what your question is to me. Your question is, you have two options: you either approve what's on the table now, and then retain Spellman, and then have them make the changes, or retain Spellman first, make the changes, then approve the final contract. Those are, and it's up to you. That's not a legal question as to which way you want to do it.
Okay. Well, I guess the first thing would be to make the motion to enter into the agreement with Spellman.
Yeah, so Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion so we keep this thing moving, that we enter into an agreement with Attorney Spellman. Do you know the amount they're going to charge to review the manager's agreement?
$325 an hour, and it's a maximum of 5 hours. So that's $1,650.
Great. In an amount not to exceed $1,700 to review the town manager's contract, and that's the town of Pembroke Park and JC. How do you pronounce your last name, JC?
Jimenez.
Okay, so taken.
So then he gets his contract. He's working with a contract now, correct?
That's the clarification I'm asking for.
I just want to make sure.
The first one is to hire
to view it,
the attorney to review the contract.
Right.
Then after that motion's done, then you guys can make the motion if you want to hire him without the contract, even though he's already there working. Or do you want to give the people
We'll give him
the
the
ability-
contract and let him work, and they can still view it, and he's open to that.
I'm open to amending.
Okay, without
Okay.
consideration.
Look,
Without any
Hello?
additional consideration.
anyone hear me?
So I will, is that
Yes.
okay, Howard?
I'm going to make that motion since I
ahead,
grabbed this
Howard.
ball.
Right, you got a motion on the floor. You already have a motion on the floor. It needs to be
Okay,
addressed.
okay, then let me, okay.
Second.
Okay, so there's a second. Go ahead and have discussion. I know Jacobs was asking something.
So what is the point of amending this?
The point of amending it is because there needs to be some language that needs to be addressed in the contract.
There was only one issue with Agatha's contract that he brought forward, and it looks like we're going to spend $1,700 again to review something.
That's not me at this point.
I agree.
Okay, so who's gonna address and put the actual language into the contract regarding the two issues that were brought up last time?
Our attorney.
All right, Chris, did you change the language in the contract that was brought up last time?
I will address those issues. Yeah, if my understanding, the only matter that was in question was incorporating into the contract the actual duties that the town manager's office, his duties as town manager, which are in the ordinance, and they were put into the contract by reference to the ordinance, so that they would just be actually written into the contract. That's not a problem. And then the other, I guess there was a question as to whether there's accruals on vacation or leave time in addition to the amounts that are in the stated in the contract. And if that that language can be changed to just state that this is the amount that you get per year. There's no additional accruals based on whatever other employees are getting. And I think that resolves the issues that were brought to my attention. I didn't, have the conversation with them that we brought up any other issues.
The way I read the way, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
The way I'm reading the contract, I get the amount of vacation time, but there's no accruals in addition to that, and that's fine. I'm okay with that.
And I wanted to mention something as well. One of the things that was brought to our attention by Commissioner DeVille was that the former manager severance package was a 6 months severance package, whereas this contract, we amended it to 20 weeks, which is consistent with the Florida statutes. So that was one of the other things that we addressed, and that's in the new contract.
Okay.
So you want me to rescind my motion?
Sounds paying for it, so it's okay.
I would still have an employment attorney review all of our contracts, but that's just my personal opinion. But that's, like I said, that's just me. We had an employment attorney on retainer before who used to review our contracts back when Dr. Levy was here, and they left with Dr. Levy. So we do need to have someone dealing with our contracts. That's an employment lawyer.
Thank you.
Okay, so then I made a motion. Did anybody second it that we first hire Spellman? Did no one seconded it?
No, I'll second it. I passed the gavel.
No, it was,
Jacobs
no,
has the gavel.
Mayor, it was seconded. It was a motion by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Commissioner Cohen.
No, I didn't second that.
Yeah, you did.
I did? Okay.
Yes, you did.
You seconded for discussion.
For discussion. Okay, right.
Right.
Yes, just so we can discuss it.
Okay. Okay. So are you rescinding your second so that I can second it, or are you keeping your second?
Who are you talking to?
You, Gina.
Well, you can second it.
Okay, so then I pass the gavel. Jacobs, you have the gavel.
I have the gavel.
All right. You want to call the roll?
Call the roll.
Okay, motion by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Mayor Mohammed. The motion is to go into contract with Spellman for an amount not to exceed $1,700. Commissioner Cohen.
No.
Commissioner DeVille.
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs.
No.
Vice Mayor Clark.
Okay, let me just get a clarification, if I may. So this is no more than having this contract right now reviewed by this attorney Spellman? Is that what we're talking about, in an amount not to exceed 1,700? Yolanda, is that what we're talking about?
Yes, Howard. Howard, this is Jeff. Yes, that's what we were discussing, but it was two things that our town attorney could correct in the contract without spending another $1,700 for this attorney to review.
Okay, but Chris is also the author of the original contract. So, and Chris is not a specialist
I
in employment
realize
law.
that, but it was two items. There were only two items that were brought up on it. And those
Well,
are the
there were two items
Chris
that were
just
brought up for
discussed that he
free.
could correct.
There were two items that were brought up for free in
Okay.
conversation with the attorney.
Okay, and this will happen ASAP, so we're not held up any longer than we have to, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
And who's going to handle it and facilitate it?
Chris?
I don't have an actual answer as to when they can complete it, which was why we have the second item to discuss if we're going to adopt the current contract and then make an amendment to it. Because I don't have a timeline as far as when they can do it. Mr. Attorney and I can make sure to work with them to get it back as quickly as possible, but I don't have a timeline.
Okay, so you'll help facilitate it, Yolanda, and the mayor and Attorney Ryan? Okay, yes.
I just want to clarify. So right now, your manager's going to be working without a contract, correct? Until all of this gets.
We haven't
settled?
gotten to that section yet. Right now, we're just
No.
dealing with hiring the employment attorney to review the contract.
Right.
Okay, so Mayor Mohammed.
Yes. Now y'all
Motion
can go ahead and make a motion to determine whether or not y'all want to hire with the contract or wait until the contract is edited. That's up to you guys.
Okay.
Well, may I ask a question? So, Madam
ahead.
Mayor, what do you think? I'm trying to give you deference here. What do you think? What should we do? What
Listen,
should we
I'm a
do?
lawyer.
You think?
I didn't like contracts law, okay? Contracts law said if you're
Okay.
gonna make amendments to a contract, you have to give consideration. So if you take the contract right now, you take the contract for what it is. If you make amendments, you have to give some form of consideration. That's just what I learned in contracts law class. You guys can decide what you want to do. You can amend it later. And, you know, that's why I kind of threw my little 2 cents in. Are you guys okay with doing JC, are you willing to amend the contract without additional consideration?
That's fine. Whatever the
Okay.
whatever the amendments are, that's fine. Obviously, I'm gonna read what these amendments are, but
Yeah.
you know, I'll be fine.
Okay.
So,
I mean-
both of you left me out in the wind. What do you want me to do to make everybody, so there'll be something that's gonna work? I'm trying to give you, because you raised it, Madam Mayor, and I don't want to do anything to offend JC.
Well, we want him to work with a contract. How?
Is that okay, Madam Mayor? Or do you
Listen.
want to?
Up to the
amend the
commission, not
amend it?
just the mayor.
Yeah, well, she's the one raising it.
Well, because I know what we're dealing with right now with our litigation with Agatha. So that's why I'm like, I don't want to get the town in another situation.
Madam Mayor, he's already working right now, so he's working without a contract already. So
No, I know that.
Okay, so if we gave him a contract and we could amend it later anyway, I think it's better to have it work with the contract. That way we're doing things legal the right way, and
Yeah.
then
Okay.
amend it later.
And JC nodded his head yes, and he's agreed to everything so far. So what motion do you want me to make now? I can make a motion that we accept his current contract, and we'll have amendments down the road, the two that were discussed at a minimum. Is that
Yeah,
the way? you do it?
based on the legal review, and that's fine.
Okay, so I will make a motion that we adopt JC's contract now, based on amending it on the review by Spellman
And I'll second.
and Attorney Ryan. Spellman and Attorney Ryan.
Okay, roll call.
That's fair.
Okay, the motion was made by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Commissioner Cohen. The motion is, and I'm just reading this out to make sure I don't mess this up. It is to approve the current contract. It's to approve the current contract with review from Spellman and Attorney Ryan, correct?
With modifications.
For the attorneys to do modifications?
Yes.
Okay, so motion by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Commissioner Cohen. Commissioner Cohen.
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille. Clerk Commissioner Jacobs.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark.
Yes, I'm having difficulty, just let everybody know, I'm getting ready to drift into the outer zone. So why don't you amend that contract, let Spellman look at my wings while I'm out there, because I'm getting ready to go down. That's very unfortunate. I gotta fix this thing. Okay, so I'm gonna plug out for a minute, okay? Marlon,
Yes, sir.
I voted, right?
Yes, sir, you did. Mayor Mohammed.
Yes.
Okay, so motion passed 5-0. You have a motion that you've approved a contract of not to exceed 1,700, and you have a motion that approves the town manager's current contract. Right?
With modifications from the attorneys whenever they get that done.
Okay.
Can we get a quorum here, please? We don't have a quorum.
Yes,
Can I ask-
Yolanda.
Can I ask a question to the
Okay,
town
we gotta
attorney?
have 3 people.
I'm here.
Who can sign the new agreement with Spellman's office?
I have a copy here. I can sign that and get it to you tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm missing a page. Where is 11?
JC, you're okay with that?
11.
Thank you.
Where is the next page?
Can I please have one more commissioner on the screen, please? Commissioner DeVille or Clerk Commissioner Jacobs, please?
I'm audio only. I don't have video right now.
Oh, okay.
That's not it. Where the heck is 11? Okay. Engineers position hiring, Vice Mayor Clark. Right, oh, he unplugged.
What? Okay, wait a second.
I
I'm having
forgot, I'm
trouble.
sorry, I forgot, I'm sorry.
I'm having trouble here.
Okay, so we'll take a 2-minute break.
Yeah, if you would just, and so I can figure out what.
Let's make sure it's only 2 minutes, okay? We gotta move
Well,
it on.
we have to make sure until he gets his system
All
up and
right, well,
running,
we
so
have to
whatever
move
that
this
takes.
on too.
Okay, I'll do it as quickly as possible. Hand me the sledgehammer.
If you have AC, I'll bring it over right now.
Okay, Madam Mayor?
Okay, I hear you, but I don't see anybody. I feel
Well-
alone out here.
I feel like maybe we got it. Jeffrey and Miriam fixed it for me. They just had to hit it twice. But, you know, we'll get it fixed one time. But it was down to 9. Now it's at 10, and I see the little lightning bolt. So I think I'm going to be good. Before we get started, well, I'll wait till we reconvene it, because I have to just make sure I ask one question of you, Madam Mayor, and JC. I don't.
Is everyone back on?
I'm on. There's a quorum.
Present.
Okay, as long as everybody's back on. I felt alone just now.
Madam Mayor, can I ask a question, please?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. JC?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure that you and Madam Mayor, we can now move forward. Everybody's happy with what we just did? You okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Okay, Madam Mayor, are you okay?
I'm okay. Listen, I'm
Okay, that's it. I don't want to hear no more. Okay,
I'm
that's
out of
it.
here.
Everybody's okay. I just don't want to have, I mean, JC's got a big job to do. So do you. And we need to be one and not split apart or thinking about other issues. So everybody's okay. That's all I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Listen, my goal is to protect the town. If,
Yep.
we didn't think we'd have these issues in the past and we ended up having these issues. So I just want to make sure that the town is protected and that we're doing our due diligence. That's it. I'm not an employment attorney. I never pretend to be one. I didn't just play one on TV.
Yep, and JC put
I
the
just wanna
thumbs
make
up,
sure.
so
Yeah,
we're good.
like, I
We're
mean,
good.
he
That's
gets
it.
it. Like, we're both looking out to protect the town's interests.
And
so that's
I
okay.
just went from 10 to 11, so I'm good for another round.
All right, that means you got 20 minutes. That's it. We got to get through it. Let's go. Marathon.
Okay, yeah, let's
Okay.
move it fast, Madam
Yeah.
Mayor.
Okay. Yeah, because we haven't even gotten to our public hearings. Okay, what are we, 11B, engineer's position? Howard? You got to unmute. How did you mute that fast? Unmute, Howard, unmute. I see your cheeks going. Howard, unmute. Your cheeks are moving, but I can't hear anything.
Okay, ABC.
Huh?
Okay, what are you on?
11B, engineer's position hiring.
Guess we're engineers design. No, 11B is
I'm sorry, I don't know, whatever, it's something B.
okay, but you're not 11. That's a whole
10, I don't know, I threw away the page. The page is not numbered.
Okay. Didn't we? Okay, this would be Yolanda. So let's hear what Yolanda has to say first. Okay, so Yolanda.
Okay, so hold on, I'm getting to 11B here.
Or 10B, I'm not sure what it is. It's probably 10B.
Yeah, 10B.
Yes,
Yolanda.
10B.
Yeah, 10B, human resources.
Going back. Okay, so this is, so this is the resolution for Dinser Ozaiden to be contracted as the town engineer, which I spoke to him about salary, and he had agreed to 108,000, which was what the commission had asked for. To be very honest, I am not sure if Mr. Ozaiden wants to receive his application.
Hold on, everybody has to mute because I can't hear Yolanda.
Sure.
Everyone's muted? Okay, go ahead, Yolanda.
That some of you commissioners know already that Dinser Ozaiden, he may or may not be accepting this position after all. If the town commission today approves this resolution, myself and the manager, we will do our best to retain Mr. Ozaiden, as he was definitely the top candidate for the position. So that's the update that I have for you right now. but the salary that was agreed to was 108,000.
And I mean, how does this?
Give me an update, because I don't know what's going on.
Mr. Ozaiden is very interested in the town, in merging the position of public services director / town engineer. His recommendation to me was that he felt that you could have written voice and direction from the public services department, and that the town is small enough that he feels that the position could be done between one person, in order to, and obviously having a strong number two in the public services, assistant public services director position, would allow him to do that. So he's basically rethought his opportunity at the town of Pembroke Park, especially because he got to know a little bit about the town this past week. So that's the update that I have. Again, I would highly recommend to move forward with this resolution, because I will do my very best to keep the top candidates that the commission has selected for the position. And I will do my very best to make sure that we bring him on.
Yeah, Madam Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so who was the second ranked? We gave this to Denzer, I think unanimously. And who was the second ranked?
I didn't give my ranking. I know that the two people that I interviewed, well, the three people I interviewed was Denzer, Palaceres, and Ortiz. And for me, my second ranking would be Ortiz. I actually think he was, I interviewed him as well for the town
public services director.
Thank you, Yolanda, for the public services director. And I thought he was an excellent attorney, engineer. I thought he was a stronger candidate for an engineer than for a public works director. And for me, he ranked equal with Denzer. Actually, there was a little bit, they both ranked the same for me, between Denzer and Daniel Ortiz.
But basically the candidates were Denzer, Carlos Placeres, Daniel Ortiz, and then we also have Bob Das, who I wasn't able to get him to interview for the town engineer position because he's based on a big project in New Jersey. And
somebody needs to mute.
Sorry, please mute.
And he also requested to temporarily rescind his position, his application for public services director, because he wants the opportunity to come down in person and meet with the commission as a group. And that's how he would like to interview. Obviously, I told him that because of COVID, we're having virtual meetings, and I explained to him what our current process is. But that's the way that he would like to proceed with the interviews if he were to be considered by the commission.
Okay. I know that Howard is having these meetings, and I know for us time is of the essence.
Yeah.
In this process, and additionally, I don't know how many people want to come in to physically meet. In light of
Madam
the
Mayor?
current environment. Yes, Howard.
I think we have enough people. What if we may, I'm just suggesting this, let's move, table this right now. Okay, and then go into D, select our public service director, and then come back to this one, B, or what I would say, we approve Denzer to be the engineer. So if he is, and this is with due respect, for whatever reason he's thinking otherwise, I would move that we go with Ortiz, since he was second, or I felt like he was second also, and go with Ortiz as our engineer. So what's the legal standing? Attorney Ryan, are we bound right now to?
I'd like to have some discussion on this too.
Yeah.
No, you're not bound right now, but I'd defer to tell Commissioner Jacobs.
Okay, go ahead, Jacobs.
Yeah.
Jake, he wants to wait to hear what Jacob's questions are.
Yeah.
Okay, mine, I just think we need, as small of a town as we are, I think we need to just combine the engineer and public works director position for right now. We don't really have a ton of money in our budget for a whole lot. So I think just bringing Denzer on as filling both those positions for right now as one position as the, public works director and town engineer would be the best, decision we could do right now. That way we're not paying separately for a town engineer and a public works director, which would save us about $100,000 a year. So like I said, we don't have the funds for a whole lot of projects, even though we have projects coming in. I think it would be great to put Denzer in that position because as we all voted for him unanimously as an engineer, he's, willing to take on that position as a public works director. And I personally think he'd be pretty good at that.
Okay.
Madam Mayor?
Go ahead, and then I want to comment as well.
Yeah, I have to say, I think Timothy Day is going to help us a lot. I think everybody interviewed him. I think he is going to be a strong public works. And I think we need to have him definitely here so that we could move things forward and we could catch up and get ahead of this curve. And that's most important to me right now. Also, in addition to having the other hands of an engineer, and that has been budgeted. So that is there, Peter was there and you had the other,
Craig Smith and Associates?
Okay,
For
let's
all those
get
years?
serious. Let's get serious. We need both. Okay, Madam Mayor?
No, I
Right now,
agree
we
with
could
you
always change our,
100%.
okay, so how do you want me to move it forward? I would really like to bring up and get this public works director here. So we can get, because he said to me many good things. I felt, so can we move over to him, defer this, or come back to this? And then if Denzer doesn't want it, then let
Let's
Ortiz
do our
have it.
ranking. We did the ranking.
Yeah, for an engineer. That's right. We did. And I still believe that Denzer should be given a chance.
And we did it for public works.
Right. So let me do it like this.
I believe we're wasting money by bringing that on. We don't have the funds, guys. We're pulling out of the reserve. We're trying to keep this town afloat. And next year we're losing what it's estimated at 20%. So I'd like to make a motion that we bring on Denzer as our public works director and town engineer.
I'll second.
Okay, we're going to have discussion. For the past year and a half, everyone has been screaming bloody murder for having both a public works director and an engineer. We know that with the public services director position, it was overwhelming to maintain and manage all of the things that had to be done, as well as the grant applications, as well as the FEMA paperwork and everything else. We're going into hurricane season. We have a lot of projects that need an engineer, that we need a full-time engineer, which was why everybody has been screaming bloody murder since the beginning of time for this position. That we need an engineer, we need an engineer. We've accepted these applications for months. I'm still talking. Okay, so we've been accepting these applications for months. We have a lot of work to do. There's $3 million that's sitting there. We have a lot of projects that we also could be applying for, that there's funding available for. You also have to deal with the day-to-day management. You also have a sewer system that's all kinds of jacked up right now, that you're gonna need bodies in here to actually get this work done. You need somebody managing those workers that are over sewers, roads and streets and everything else. Now, everybody's been screaming, they need an engineer, and now for us to stop the course of action, to say, oh no, we're gonna combine the position when they are two separate resolutions, two separate positions, we need to move forward in filling those positions. They're budgeted positions, and we know we have a need for it, and we know that we have a ton of projects that are available, that we need somebody overseeing public works, and we need somebody overseeing the actual drawing of scopes and specs for these engineering projects and grants.
I agree 1,000%, Madam Mayor, and we need to have both.
Well, that's why you have an assistant. You're paying an assistant.
That's the different position, Gina. That's a completely different position. Jimmy Woodbury was our assistant for public works before.
No.
Yes, he was. You still had Peter.
So
Can we go back and say we've had incompetence in that position, and someone actually not fulfilling the duties of that position for some time now. I can't go back how far, I'm not exactly
Well-
sure. But we haven't had someone filling that position and doing what needed to be done there. So now we have someone who's willing to take on both those roles and more than capable of doing that. So
No.
it would be a waste of $100,000 bringing on two positions that we really don't need. I'm looking at it a little differently right now because I'm looking at all the money we're pulling from the reserves. Just
Well,
to
the
make
money
ends
from the
meet
reserve
this
would
year.
be fixed.
This year, hold on, I'm
Go
talking.
ahead. Go right ahead.
This year, we're pulling out from the reserves and we're going to have 20% less next year. So we're not even going to be able to make it next year. So look at the other towns around us, what they're doing. You know, they're furloughing everybody in town. We're just trying to make this work, get someone competent in here. And for the time being, this would be a very good fix to our problem. If we need someone else, we can bring on someone else. But for right now, this would fulfill the problem.
Madam Mayor, may I?
Go right ahead, Howard, and we're going to call the roll.
We have two competent people individually to do a town engineer and to do a public works. We need both these individuals in here right now to help us fight off and to help us get what we need done. So I am telling you, commissioners, because it really falls on my head, a lot of it, when we don't have the proper staff here, and JC got to see it with me. We need help. We need a public service director. Timothy Day is the guy for us, and we need an engineer, and that's Denzer. So leave it individually.
Then call the roll.
Well, I have a question for JC, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
I just want to get your input on this because me personally, I see they both. I could see both sides. $100,000, that's a lot. We'd be saving. But at the same time, I know what we've been dealing with Todd also. So having an engineer that's focusing solely on engineering and a public works director that's doing public works directing job, I see it could go both ways. There's both pros and cons to both sides. So I wanted to get your input on it.
Yes, I spoke with Denzer and reviewed some of his concerns and what he was his concerns, and I reviewed his resume. I spoke with him. I interviewed him, and he is top notch. He is top notch, and I'm afraid, honestly, when you have somebody that is that qualified, you want to use him, and you kind of work around him, and he's good, and I really do believe that he can do both jobs. If it were my decision, and again, this is up to you guys, and you do what you want to do. But if it were my decision, I would have him. I would take a shot at him because he's worth that risk.
Did he say why he all of a sudden want to do both when he applied for engineering?
He didn't get into much detail with me, but he felt, I guess, I don't know if he saw meetings, I don't know what it is, but he felt that he wanted to do both. He can do both. His experiences in both Broward and Dade County have led him to this point, and he wants to do both. He believes that, and Yoli spoke to him a little more regarding this, but he said that both of them work, go hand in hand, and wants to tackle them both.
Okay, Madam Mayor, commissioners, we will have Denzer here as our engineer, and we will get more. We will get more.
What I'm hearing, he don't want the engineering unless he gets both. Is that right, Yolanda?
Well, he hasn't said that to us. We need to approve his contract that we've already approved. We already interviewed everybody. Approve the engineer one for Denzer. And if he doesn't want it, then we would have Ortiz and approve for a public service director. We will then have a great A+ team. We will have the best. And that's important right now. Down the road, things change. I might be open to that, but right now, Ray, Commissioner DeVille, we really need this help now. So bring Denzel in.
I know we have a lot of projects.
We have a lot of stuff to get done, and you can't
on the
be
discussion
everywhere.
here. Todd wasn't an engineer. Todd was just our public works director. And we have a guy here willing to take on both those roles. If down the road it doesn't work out, we can make that change. But we don't have the extra $100,000 to be spending to fill these two positions when we have someone who could take on the role of both. We also have a competent town manager in there working right now. We're starting to get staff in place. So there's a motion on the floor, so call the roll.
If I just make one more comment, if you don't mind. I think we can kind of come to a compromise here. I think if maybe we give them a probationary period, maybe a year. I think the town has a year probationary period, and we can make it clear that if it doesn't work out, we're going to split the position. But it's just an option I'm throwing out there as a compromise.
Madam Mayor, I want to make the last comment, please.
Well, Gina wanted to make a comment. And
I'm
you
sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Unmute, Gina.
Let's vote. Let's vote. Let's get it over.
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, Howard. Go ahead, Howard.
We have so much work to do. We need both individuals. It is budgeted.
We do not have the money, Howard.
We do have the money. It's there for the both positions, and we're going to lose a lot of money. You can't have one person doing it all with so much. We will make it with two people. We need two people, and you should give me deference on this.
You have an
because this is
assistant too.
Okay, Gina and commissioners, we need at this time both individuals, two positions filled. It's budgeted, it's necessary, it's needed. When we come out of all of this, then we could do other things down the road. But Commissioner DeVille, you have to understand, and Jacobs and Gina and the mayor, this is very important right now. So call the roll, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, I agree with you 100%. I know how important it is. I know that Public Works is your department, and I know all the work that's coming through the Public Works Department, and that we do need to have two people on deck to deal with all of this projects that's on our capital improvement plan, and all the projects that are in the pipeline.
So if I just make a clarification, if we vote for this, then, well, anyway, this was not, okay, I have to ask another thing of the town attorney. This motion was for a resolution for a town engineer.
No, this is for the Public Works, I thought. This was for the
I know
Public
they're trying to combine it. So can I amend this and put it back the way it should be? It should be voted for 10B.
I made the motion the way it is.
You made the motion. What is the motion on the floor?
The motion on the floor is to hire Mr. Dinzer as the Public Works Director / engineer. We have a motion by Commissioner Jacobs, seconded by Commissioner Cohen.
Okay, Madam Mayor, that's not what's up on the agenda. Agenda was 10B. This was
No, we had moved to 10D, so that's why I'm all kind of. You asked to move to D, to the Public Service Director.
Yeah, I was saying that we need to hire both. We have 10D coming up. We haven't resolved 10B. 10B was to hire the town engineer, Dinzer, which we already approved, and they've already negotiated a price to resolve this and vote yes on this. 10B should be yes. And then come back under 10D, and 10D would be a separate resolution. It's two separate resolutions, two separate positions, and combining them right now is not the proper procedure.
So clarify, the motion on the floor is for Dinzer to be hired as the town engineer / Public Services Director, correct?
And that isn't on here. That's what he's making.
But that's what the motion is on the floor right now.
Well, and then I would like to amend that to make it back to just the town engineer under B, 10B.
And you're gonna have to ask Chris how you're gonna amend it because the motion on the floor is for both, even though the resolution states one.
So Chris?
Okay, the motion on the floor is the one that Commissioner Jacobs made to hire this individual to serve in both positions as town engineer and public service director. That motion needs to be addressed. If you're going to move to amend that motion, then you can move to amend it. Your amendment would have to be approved, and then the main motion would be voted on with the amendment if it's amended. Okay, then after this motion has been resolved, then you go ahead and address the other issues. If you want to hire this individual in both, then you can amend the resolution, or you can just hire him as the town engineer and have him expand the duties that he's going to take on, and without hiring a public service director altogether.
Okay, I still think we need both, and it's important. So how do you want me to proceed, Commission? You want to
all the questions?
There's a motion on the floor. Let's just get over with that.
Get the motion on the floor. Deal with the motion on the floor, which is Denzer to be both the public service director and engineer.
Motion made by Clerk Commissioner Jacobs, seconded by Commissioner Cohen. Commissioner Cohen.
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille.
No.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark.
No.
Mayor Mohammed.
No.
Motion
Okay.
dies.
Go ahead, Howard, make your motion. Or do you want me to go to D? Howard, unmute. I see cheeks. I don't hear.
I have something.
Let's go to D. And I'm gonna make a motion that we select the public service as a public service director, Timothy Day, to be the public service director.
Is there a second?
I second.
Hold on, we're trying to get a, okay, go ahead. Tina, go ahead, discussion.
What about the ranking? I thought we were supposed to go by the ranking.
Yeah,
For which-
ranking.
Yeah, you
You
know.
got
can you
the
look at
ranking
the
form. Yolanda sent the ranking, no, Marlon, the rankings out today on the public service
Okay, so
director.
who is the top one, who is number two, and who is number three? That's what I want to know.
Okay, hold on.
So who wants to do that, Marlon or Yolanda?
You guys are so fucking idiotic. Fuck. You're so stupid. You're wasting your fucking time.
Who just made those comments? Chris, was that you that just made those comments?
What? I don't think so.
You were talking and it sounded pretty bad. So
All right, I'm gonna read the public services director ranking. We're gonna move this along. If I can get this document open. It's opening somewhere. All right, so the public service director ranking. Commissioner DeVille ranked Timothy Day as his top pick, Luis Martinez as his second, Bob Dass as his third, Miguel as his fourth, and Paul Carlisle as his fifth. Commissioner Cohen ranked Denzer as her first, Paul Carlisle as her second, Timothy Day as her third. Commissioner Jacobs ranks Denzer as his first, Miguel as his second, and Paul Carlisle as his third. Vice Mayor, you rank Timothy Day as your first, Luis Martinez as your second. I rank Timothy Day as my first, Paul Carlisle as my second, Luis Martinez as my third, Daniel Ortiz as my fourth. Timothy Day has 18 points, Paul Carlisle has 12 points, Luis Martinez has 11 points, Denzer has 10 points, Miguel has 6 points, Dass has 3 points, Ortiz has 2 points.
Okay, so Madam Mayor, let's call the question. This is for Timothy Day to be the public service director, period.
Is there a second?
Yeah, Ray seconded.
Oh, he did second it already. Okay. So is there any other discussion? Call the roll.
I think this is a very bad idea. So that's my discussion.
Motion made by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Commissioner DeVille to hire Mr. Timothy Day as the Public Works Director. Commissioner Cohen. Commissioner Cohen?
No.
Commissioner DeVille? Commissioner
What was the
DeVille?
motion?
To hire Timothy Day as Public Works Director.
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs?
No.
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, so Attorney Ryan, where do we go next with this?
Okay, then, since you've made that selection, let's go ahead. Do you know what the compensation is? Because the resolution provided for the hiring him and his compensation. Has that been discussed, or do you want to leave that open for negotiation?
Yeah, let Yolanda handle that like she did on everything else. So Yolanda?
Yes, that when I spoke to Mr. Day, his salary expectations were around $100,000. So that fits well within our range for the position, because the range for the position is anywhere from 81,000 to 105,000, and then capped out at 126. So if we hire around the 100,000 range, we should be more than fine.
And as we've learned in the past, what about the transportation and all the other things that we come back to give you the authority to allow?
We have a truck.
Huh?
We have a truck for Public Works.
Oh, okay.
We did get our truck back, right? Yes? Or did we let Todd keep the
Yes,
truck?
I heard. Okay, yeah.
I don't know what you guys are doing.
Yeah, the truck's out there.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, then I recommend to go ahead and read the resolution setting the hiring plus the compensation. And the resolution would be a resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Pembroke Park, Florida, appointing Timothy Day as Public Services Director, providing for Public Services Director's compensation, superseding conflicting resolutions, and providing effective date. Whereas Chapter 2, Article 3, Division 4, Pembroke Park Road Ordinances, created the Office of Public Service Director, and provides for the Public Services Director's appointment, compensation, duties, responsibilities, and related matters for the Office of Public Service Director. And whereas the Town Commission solicited applications from qualified candidates to serve as Public Services Director, and whereas the Town Commission has reviewed the application received in response to the solicitation and has interviewed the candidates for Public Service Director, whereas the Town Commission desires to select and hire Timothy Day to serve as Public Service Director. Now therefore be resolved by the Town Commission of the Town of Pembroke, Florida, that the Town Commission hereby selects and hires Timothy Day to serve as Public Service Director for the Town of Pembroke Park. Section 2, that Timothy Day shall serve as Public Service Director at the pleasure of the Town Commission, and shall receive annual compensation in the amount of $100,000 for the performance of the duties of Public Service Director. 3, that all resolutions and parts of resolutions conflict herewith and the same are hereby superseded. To the extent such conflict, section 4, this resolution shall be enforced, take effect upon its adoption.
Motion to adopt.
Ray,
Second.
roll call.
Motion made by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Commissioner DeVille. Commissioner Cohen.
You know.
Commissioner
No.
Cohen.
No.
Commissioner DeVille.
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs.
No.
Vice Mayor Clark.
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Okay, so how do you want to dispose of, let's go back to the engineer. And I would like to make have the town attorney read the resolution to hire Denzer. Okay, Yolanda, how do you say it? O's is on? Okay, she's got her
But
hand up.
I thought Denver doesn't want the position unless it's
Well, let
merge.
him, okay, so let me ask the attorney.
Well, I'm gonna do my very, very best to retain Mr. Ozaiden. As I mentioned before, I think that he's a great candidate. And I think that the town would benefit from his contributions as town engineer, even though he's interested in the dual role. But I will do my best to try to retain Dinser. I do think that we should consider a second option in case he doesn't make the selection, unless you want me to start the process over again for time.
Maybe this is a time for me to, we need to put a time specific on how much time the commission is going to give Dinser to either accept or to withdraw. And then I would make a motion that the second pick would be Daniel Ortiz to be our town engineer. So does that sound okay, Madam Mayor, Attorney Ryan?
I think you should go ahead and adopt the resolution hiring Mr. Dinser Aiken as the town engineer. And if you want to have a contingency motion, you would do that after the resolution has been adopted.
And then have a time specific on when he can accept or withdraw or deny or not accept the contract, the resolution. Is it? That's what I would like to see. Give a time specific. So if you would, Attorney Ryan, read the resolution for the commission, and then somehow, okay.
Yeah, let's do that first, and then if you want to follow that with a motion to the effect that in the event that Mr. Dinser declines the offer, that you move to the next candidate. But there would be a resolution of the town commission of the town of Pembroke, Florida, appointing Ozidin Dinser Aiken as town engineer, providing for the town engineer's compensation, superseding conflicting resolutions, and providing an effective date. Whereas Chapter 2, Article 3, Division 3, Pembroke Park Code of Ordinances created the office of town engineer and provides for town engineer's appointment, compensation, duties, responsibilities, and related matters for the office of town engineer. Where the town commission has solicited applications from qualified engineering candidates to serve as a town engineer, where the town commission has reviewed the applications received in response to the solicitation and interviewed the candidates for the town engineer, and whereas the town commission desires to select and hire Ozidin Dinser Aiken to serve as town engineer. Now, therefore, be resolved by the town commission of the town of Pembroke Park, Florida, Section 1, that the town commission hereby selects Ozidin Dinser Aiken to serve as town engineer for the town of Pembroke Park. Section 2, that Ozidin Dinser shall serve as town engineer at the pleasure of the town commission and shall receive such annual compensation in the amount of $108,000 for the performance of the duties of town engineer. Section 3, that all resolutions and parts of resolution conflict being the same hereby superseded the instance of conflict. Section 4, that this resolution shall be enforced to take effect any part of the statute.
Motion to adopt.
Motion to adopt. Up.
Second.
Oh, geez, you guys are fast tonight.
Okay, roll call.
Motion by Commissioner Cohen, seconded by Commissioner DeVille. Commissioner Cohen.
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille.
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs.
No.
Vice Mayor Clark.
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed.
Yes.
And then
Motion passes.
Attorney Ryan, I would like to put some type of condition on there, a time limit, especially with Dinser expressing to Yolanda and the others of maybe not doing it. So what do you think? 10 days, 20 days, 30 days? No, you tell me. I'm looking for a guidance, Yolanda.
That's not a legal question. That's whatever you determine to be the necessary period for him to make a decision.
I think Monday is more than enough time.
Okay. So what date is that?
The 15th.
Okay, so Attorney Ryan, watch my language to make sure I'm doing it right. I make a motion that Dinser, and tell me, pronounce the last name for me, Yolanda.
Ozaiden.
Okay, Ozaiden has until June 15th at 6 o'clock in the afternoon to determine whether he accepts or denies our offer. Accept or reject, that's a better word.
I'll second.
Roll call.
Motion was made by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Commissioner Cohen. Commissioner Cohen,
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille,
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs,
Nope.
Vice Mayor Clark,
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed.
Yes.
And
Motion
then,
passes.
Madam Mayor and Attorney Ryan, I would also like to make a motion that if the answer is a rejection, that we move to the second one that we pick here, that would be Daniel Ortiz to be the town engineer. So that's in the form of a motion.
At which I would have to negotiate the salary.
Okay. That's fine. All right, so is there a second for Daniel Ortiz if Mr. Denzer rejects the offer?
By 6 o'clock Monday, PM.
I second.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Oh, roll call.
Motion by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Commissioner DeVille. Commissioner Cohen,
No.
Commissioner DeVille,
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs,
No.
Vice Mayor Clark,
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. All right, so y'all taking care of B and D. All right, let's go to C, approval of increase in salary for events coordinator.
It's a motion to give our event coordinator, administrative assistant Joy Brown, a salary increase of $50,000. I believe she deserves it, and it would also eliminate us having to pay her comp time during those food drive events.
Second.
Okay, discussion. So, what
Also,
you guys,
to take effect after the food drive, by the way.
okay, okay. So I do want to make sure that, she gets cashed out of her, comp time that she has now for the food drives, because I know with FEMA, you have to actually pay money. So I would like to make sure that she's paid out for the comp time from the, can you guys, whoever it is, mute your phone, please? I mean, there's a lot of weird things going on in the back. I would like to see that she's cashed out of her comp time so that we can get the FEMA reimbursement, as well as the other employees who have been working, to go ahead and give them their comp, to cash out the comp time. The town does have a policy that comp time gets cashed out, but I know that when I stated this originally, when we started it, that, and what we've always done in the past is on the weekends, if we're doing these type of events, they always get overtime. And so I don't know if we need a policy in writing to submit to FEMA. Go ahead, JC.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I was gonna bring this up as well. The FEMA policy, as I was discussing earlier with Finance Director, he and I both agree that the FEMA policy says that in order to get reimbursed, you actually have to pay money, and comp time is not really money paid. So the council may consider changing the policy so that it becomes overtime pay in order to get reimbursed. However, there is a slippery slope there, because there's a certain limit to how much FEMA will reimburse, and that's a separate discussion. But I just wanna bring that up. If we're thinking about getting reimbursed by FEMA, we actually have to pay the employees.
Yeah. Well, the original one, I eventually mentioned it was to do time and a half when we first started the event. So we've, like I said before, we've always paid cash or, money, not comp time. So with that motion, I guess I'll follow up with the motion to cash her out, get her paid, as well as the other employees that have been working the event, so that FEMA can go ahead and reimburse us. We've had the Parks Department working these events, as well as Gary, and I can't pronounce his last name. But I'd definitely like to see them cash out their time so that they can get the actual cash, because they prefer the cash anyway. So, Chris, do we need a separate motion for that to cash out the comp time? Or do we add it onto this one?
I don't know what the personnel policy is currently. I mean, is there a policy that states you get comp time and then you're gonna switch it to cash? I don't know if that's.
It's in, okay, we've always done cash, or when I say cash, you know what I mean when I say cash. We've always done monetary payment for overtime. When Agatha came in, Agatha started changing up with comp time. There is a section in the manual that says that after 6 weeks, if the employees don't use it, they have the ability to cash out the comp time. When we've done the events in the past, we've always had a policy to do time and a half. So I don't know if there needs to be a flushed out separate policy. It's in the updated personnel manual. I don't know what you guys need to make this, to move this forward.
May I?
Go ahead, Gina. Sorry, I didn't see you.
Well, you're bringing up like two different items here. You went from Joy and let's do one at a time.
Well, I want to make sure that she gets cashed out the money that's owed to her already, that she currently has.
All right, well, then do the other employees after that. You know, do one at a time.
Is there any other discussion? Then call the roll.
I'm sorry, I just want to clarify. This one, the first one that we're doing now is just to the one that we have on the agenda, which is the 50,000, correct?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
But I want to make sure
Okay.
that her salary, her comp time is cashed out, that it doesn't get absorbed into the 50,000. The stuff that
Okay.
she's already done.
You want that as a one full motion? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
I guess we'll do it as two separate motions. I just want to make sure that we don't.
I understand. Motion made by Commissioner DeVille, second, oh, sorry.
Yolanda has something.
I just wanted to say that the effective date for this is Monday. So Monday, June 15, which is the start of a new pay week. So all the time that she accrued before, it would not be included in this new salary. This new salary is a moving forward date.
Okay, I thought Ray said he wanted it after COVID. Ray, what was your motion?
Yeah, it was to take effect after COVID.
After COVID. Can I get
Only
clarification?
because FEMA probably wouldn't reimburse it. If FEMA's reimbursing us now, it don't make sense to pay her that increased salary.
Okay, so is there, do you need any more clarification, or are we good? Or, I mean, I don't know what date that would be. There's no time certain date on that then.
Right.
So there's no effective date on the change of her salary?
So it's after COVID. I mean, I don't, I guess whenever the food giveaway stops. Yes, Gina.
Can we table this comp time until the 26th, please? I'd like to do a little research, and I'd like to get some feedback from our finance director, and so we can hold back on that because you're talking a lot of money here, and if we have to pay it, it's a lot of money.
What's a lot of money, Colin?
Comp time, sir.
Okay, so it's $2,000. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ray. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to say that it's going to save the town money because FEMA will be reimbursing her. Will be reimbursing us the comp time.
Not the comp time, it would be the overtime.
Well,
right.
The comp time converted to overtime.
Yeah.
Okay, so The overtime, all right. So the comp time is valued at roughly $2,000. I mean, sorry, the comp time is valued at $2,000. So she would continue to get her 40, I don't know what she is, 42,000, 46,000. I'm not sure where she is at. She would continue to get that, until 46,000. Okay, so she would continue to get her 46,000. FEMA's gonna do the reimbursement for the $2,000 in overtime. Well, I think it's $2,000 for the whole year, if I'm not mistaken, including the events from last year.
You could ask Joy if she minds it's having to take effect on Monday, as long as she's able to cash out her comp time.
But then you don't get the reimbursement from FEMA, so then we're the ones paying the additional money versus FEMA paying the additional
That's
money.
what I'm trying to say, but
Yeah.
Commissioner Cohen thinks it's too much money.
Okay, so you have two options. You wanna, because there's no start date on this. So do you want to just make the motion to do the overtime for the employees, make sure that the policy is worked out, even though it's in the personnel manual from like 1997? Just to make sure that you have the policy flushed out so that we can do our FEMA reimbursements? And then do the cash out for all the employees? And then you can either do the $50,000, save it for August, for the August meeting. So that way there's nobody that's confused. What's this bell? Mark, can you figure out what who all mics are unmuted? Because the bell is annoying.
Right now I see, let's see. It's the only one was showing, fortunately you, Mayor, I'm sorry. Everybody else is muted.
I have no bells over here.
I don't know. Oh, the mayor, the vice mayor.
All right. So Ray, how do you want to do this since this is your item?
Yeah, we could do it till August. That's fine.
Okay. So you're withdrawing your motion?
Yes.
Okay. So, okay. Who did the second? I don't know who was the second.
Me, I did.
Okay, so are you withdrawing your second?
Of course.
Okay. Now, does anyone want to make a motion to pay out the overtime to the employees who do the food drive?
Ray, go ahead.
Motion to pay out the employees who did the food drive on Saturday.
Okay, so I'll second that.
At time and a half. Okay.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Okay, the motion is to pay out all employees that work the food drive and for them to get paid overtime. Motion by Commissioner DeVille, seconded by Vice Mayor Clark. Commissioner Cohen?
Hold on, there's discussion. Yolanda has discussion.
Sorry.
Is this to pay out everything that they have worked previously, or is this to start paying out moving forward?
This is to pay out what they worked previously, because that's the only way to get the FEMA reimbursement.
Okay,
So,
and if they
since March 21st.
Like if they took it in time off, then we can't pay that out anymore.
No, it's what's left on the books.
What's left on the books? Got it.
Yeah, and to continue with it for the continuing food drives.
And just out of curiosity, if you have an employee who prefers to keep it under comp time, is that fine? I'm sure they want the money. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure they want the money. I just want to be very specific with the employees on what their options are.
Yeah, we've done that in the past. There were only like 2 employees in the past that wanted the actual comp time. And so that's why we had started to allow the comp time, because before it was always the money.
Okay.
Okay. On the roll.
Vice Mayor, if I could see you, please.
Hey,
Motion made.
Yolanda. Yolanda, is this all gonna be reimbursable by FEMA?
That's really not a question for me. That's more of a question for finance.
Oh, is he, Harry, are you there?
I am here. FEMA reimburses up to 75% of for whatever expenses we submit.
And what are the hours? How many hours did everybody accumulate? That's why I'd like to put this off and look at this a little bit.
Sure.
more.
I can tell you that since we started with the food drive through this past Saturday, the total comp hours was 616 hours, with a total cost of a little less than $18,000.
For the town, that the town's gonna have to pay out.
Pay out
then-
and seek reimbursement, and hopefully we will receive 75% of that from FEMA.
Hopefully, but it's not definitely.
I can't speak for that. With the COVID-19 being a unique situation, I believe FEMA is still trying to figure that out themselves. So I'm not. I can't
So if we're
answer
not
that.
sure, okay. You answered my question. Thank you.
Okay. So the FEMA is reimbursing. You have to give the stuff in order to get it out. Okay. And right now they're currently doing a 20-day lead time. So if you send the reimbursements in, they will be cutting those checks in 20 days. So you rather get the stuff in this queue than to wait. All right, call the roll.
Motion made by Commissioner DeVille, seconded by Vice Mayor Clark. Commissioner Cohen?
No.
Commissioner DeVille?
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs? Clerk Commissioner Jacobs?
I don't know.
I think I hear something. I think he's trying to buzz in. Mark, is somebody trying to buzz in?
I don't do SOS. Morse code.
I think that was Howard's phone.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I'm gonna put technical difficulties. Vice Mayor Clark?
Wait a minute, I got to unmute. Okay, there. Yes.
Mayor Mohammed?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. E, assistant, oh wait, is Jacobs back on the line or no?
How did I see now?
No, okay.
Wait, 15, I might be here. Commissioner Jacobs, is that you?
I'm back. Yes, that's me.
Okay.
There you
10E.
Dropped the call on me.
Okay. 10E, assistant town manager position, Commissioner Jacobs.
Mayor, did you want Commissioner Jacobs to vote on the last one?
Well, we're gonna do the 500, the $50,000 raise for Joy, right? We didn't finish that.
No, we pulled that. They withdrew the motion.
What?
The motion was withdrawn.
Oh.
So you want me to leave as technical difficulties for Commissioner Clerk, Commissioner Jacobs?
No, he said
No, I'm here.
Oh, do you, okay, the vote was in regards to paying out overtime for all employees.
And what was the motion on it?
The motion was to pay out overtime on all the employees that went ahead and worked the food drives on Saturdays.
Okay, yes.
Thank you.
Excuse me, can I?
Go
So
ahead,
the
Jane.
motion with Joy, that was withdrawn, you said, and is that gonna be for the next meeting?
Yes,
Okay, so which is, give me the date again,
August 26th.
so 26, okay, thank you.
Am I right, Ray, or you tell me? Because I mean, this is your thing. I'm not.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Hopefully that's after COVID.
Hopefully what?
Hopefully it's after this COVID situation.
I hope so too, because this is ridiculous at this point. All right. E, 10E. assistant town manager position. Commissioner Jacobs,
That's me.
go ahead, this is your item.
Okay, so I was going to ask the town manager, JC, do you believe that we still need to continue with an assistant manager? Or are you capable of continuing on without?
Well, I've been on the job for, a week and a half right now, and I'm still getting to know the staff ideally, I would like I do like an assistant manager. So the answer is yes, I would like to have an assistant manager.
Okay, and then I guess I would just like to have a vote of confidence for our assistant town manager on him continuing on in his role and position.
I'll second that. I agree.
I'm gonna ask, has anyone done the evaluations?
I only have one. Sorry.
I only have one
I
evaluation.
have not had a chance to sit down to review the evaluation with him.
Okay, so.
But I believe we just need a vote of confidence on if anyone, believes he's capable of fulfilling the position of assistant manager.
Okay. Mr. Daltrey, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is there any comment you'd like to make?
I did not hear what Commissioner Jacobs said.
He was asking for a vote of confidence on you in the position of assistant town manager.
Well, since January, I've been serving as your interim town manager. I was hired in July as an interim assistant town manager. And in October, you hired me as assistant town manager. I understand the role and the responsibilities of the assistant town manager. And I think I've done that well. I believe that I can be of great assistance to our new town manager. And I'd like to continue to do that if you permit.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions of him? No, then call the.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, go ahead.
What have you accomplished in the last couple months?
I can speak, Mayor?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Yes.
Since the previous manager left, I've kept the day-to-day operation of the town going and trying to make sure we didn't get in trouble. And basically, I've worked at least 8 to 10, 12 hours a day since I've been here. And I think I've done a professional job as assistant town manager.
Okay, and are we in discussion right now then? Mayor,
Yes, go right ahead, Jacobs.
we're in discussion right now, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I would just like to point out when we needed a leader to step up in the town after the manager had left, and with the COVID situation and with everything else that's happened, I feel that we have not had management in that position to do so. While I like Mr. Daltrey as a person, I really don't feel that he is a capable manager that this town needs. There were many incidents throughout that things weren't accomplished. Safety of staff was jeopardized, and things weren't taken care of in the timely manner they needed to. I believe there's multiple reasons, and I kind of feel that we really should have the manager choosing his assistant, and not the commission having to do with the assistant. That should be something that goes under the manager. So I just want to continue with the vote of confidence for assistant town manager.
Okay, Gina, was that a hand up, or can we go ahead and call the roll?
Yeah. So you're saying, Clerk Commissioner Jacobs, is that to keep him working under our manager, correct?
Actually, what I'm a vote of confidence would be if we vote yes to keep him or no to get rid of him, and let the manager choose his own assistant for the town, if he so chooses.
And JC, go ahead.
That was my
JC?
question then too. JC, are you okay with this?
With his motion.
How do you feel about Mr.
Daughtry?
Well, I've known Mr. Daughtry and I've worked with him for a week and a half now. He's a nice man. I'm just getting to know him, so I really don't know all the history and the background that Commissioner Jacobs was mentioning. So I don't know. But I know him. I've known of him. He has a great reputation, and he's a really nice man. So I don't know. I don't have an answer.
Okay, I have a little bit more to, I guess I gotta explain it a little bit more here. So his experience is great. He's very experienced in what he's doing, but there really hasn't been any initiative to take on that role, or to, he takes a kind of step back role, or kind of a relaxed role, not a management position role that we need. This town has had no management in it for years, and supervision, which we truly need someone in there, making decisions and things done. So he only, Mr. kind of only does what is assigned to him, and that's about it. So I think we need someone who's a little more proactive instead of reactive. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay, Madam Mayor.
I think we all like Mr. Daughtry as a person, but when it comes to his management skills, I think he's a little too relaxed.
So, Madam Mayor, is the motion, Commissioner Jacobs, is the motion going to be that you do not have his confidence? As what you just stated and Ray conferred?
You can't hear me. Jacobs, that's the motion, right? That no confidence?
Yeah, it would be a vote of no confidence in the town manager for this position.
The assistant town manager. Assistant town manager.
I'm sorry.
Sorry,
town manager.
JC, you're supposed
Sorry,
to catch
bud.
that. It's not for me to catch, it's for you to catch it.
Commissioner Jacobs, I'm not sure that a vote of confidence is a proper procedural motion. That
okay.
If you get a vote of confidence, or not, if no confidence, then there needs to be some other type of action after that. It just doesn't seem to me that I've never heard of just a vote of confidence.
So
as being
how about this? I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to relieve the assistant town manager of his responsibilities of the position.
Does that mean terminate? You mean terminate his employment? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Relieving his position, does that mean he takes another position? You have to be more specific.
Yeah, all right. Make a motion to terminate the assistant town manager from the assistant town manager position.
Is there a second?
Is that better, Chris?
That clarifies the intent, yes.
Okay. I second.
Is there any further discussion?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know who's talking, but can whoever's not talking mute their phones? Okay, I need the person who's talking to not be muted though.
Yes, yes. It's
Okay.
Noah Daughtry, I'm speaking.
Okay.
Like I said, I've been here since July. I've observed how this system actually works. Not how it's supposed to work, but how it actually works. I have operated within the system as is. I have not attempted to overshoot the manager's office when Mrs. Office was here. I worked under her instructions, and when she left, I continued to keep the town operating properly. I clearly understand how to be the town manager, but I also understand what the parameters are in this town. I've heard Commissioner Jacobs suggest that I was not assertive or aggressive enough. It is impossible to be very assertive in this system without a contract. If you have a contract, you can operate within those parameters. No one can say that I have not been a competent manager for day-to-day operations. I have done that, and I've done that well. I have not, for example, the biggest criticism that I know Commissioner Jacobs has of me was that I allowed a commissioner to spend a great deal of my time. Well, that commissioner is elected also. So I have a duty and a responsibility to be responsive to each and every one of you. Try to manage that, but I can't control each of you. I've made every effort to be accessible and to try to provide services that were requested of me. I don't really want anyone to say for the record that I have not done an excellent job as an assistant manager and as an interim manager, because that would not be true. And that's all I have to say. I'm willing to continue as assistant manager. I believe I can be of great assistance to the new manager. I'm willing to do that should he and the commission want me to do that. Thank you.
Okay.
I got something to add.
Go ahead.
The assistant town manager position should not be a contracted position. That's an employee of the town. That should be someone who works under the direction of the town manager. We brought them on the way we did because at the time that's what this town needed. Now that we're getting people in those places, it's not what we need anymore. And, you know, I can't account for a lot being done that needed to be done during the time that he's been the interim since January till now. There were a lot of situations where we needed someone to take a lead in town and take responsibility and be that person. And unfortunately, we did not have that. And so, you know, that's what my complaint is, more so than the time being hijacked by one commissioner or, you know, all the other little things, but all the other little things add up. You know, his knowledge and of the business and of, you know, the job is phenomenal. It's the years of experience that he has. It's just, I don't believe it's in the best interest of the town anymore to have him in this position.
Okay.
Hey, Madam Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
can I ask the town attorney a question?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Attorney Ryan?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, let me ask you a question. He doesn't have a contract. So is it legal just to dismiss him? I mean, can we do that legally?
Yeah, he was hired by the town commission, serves at the pleasure of the town commission. The town commission determines his employment status.
So we could just terminate his job, right? Is that what you're saying?
You can terminate his employment, yes.
Okay, so it's legal what we're getting in, what we're doing right here. That's what I wanted to know.
Yes.
Thank you.
Legal, I think maybe we should ask JC if he would rather hold on for a couple months or so and see how things work out, what his perspective is on Mr. Daughtry, and then we make that decision.
The thing is Ray, when it comes to this, he works at the pleasure of the commission, not at the pleasure of this town manager. So in the future, he will have an assistant manager that works under the town manager that's of his choosing for the town. You know, that won't be someone that we employ. It will be someone the town employs, you know, so it will be different. Unfortunately, the way this was done and the way we have to go about it, he was hired at the pleasure of the commission. So his employment is at the pleasure and will of the commission.
Well, that position is at the pleasure of the commission.
So Madam Mayor, call the question.
Call the question.
Go ahead. Roll call.
Motion made by Clerk Commissioner Jacobs, seconded by Commissioner DeVille. Commissioner Cohen?
What is the question? Hold on. What is the exact question that we're voting on, clerk?
The motion that was made was to terminate the assistant, is to relieve the assistant town manager, or in other words, to terminate him from the position of assistant town manager.
So he's terminated.
Yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome, sir. Commissioner Cohen? Commissioner Cohen? Okay, I need to have at least 3 of the commissioners on the screen, please. I don't have,
I'm here
Ellie?
verbally.
okay, Commissioner DeVille? Commissioner DeVille?
What's the motion again?
The motion is to terminate the current assistant town manager from his duties as assistant town manager.
Okay, yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark? Vice Mayor Clark?
Sorry about you have my picture, but not my voice. Yes.
Mayor Mohammed?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Hello.
Commissioner Cohen?
Can you see me?
No, I can't see
Sorry,
anybody.
I had to take my dog. He was. Yes.
Okay, motion passes 5-0.
Okay. The next item, compensation for the assistant town manager, Noel Daughtry, from January 8th until May 31st.
Mr.
Okay,
Daughtry, this is an item that you asked me to put on the commission. Mr. Daltrey?
Yes, yes, yes. I have served in the role of acting town manager since the day that Mrs. Salters was relieved of duty until the new manager took over on the 1st. The normal procedure is if a person takes on the additional responsibility in a higher position, then he receives a 10% pay increase during that time period. That was for 20 weeks plus 2 days. That would be an average of $238.75 per week. That would be $4,775 plus the 2 days would be $95.50 for a total of $4,870.50. So that's what the amount that is legitimately due me for acting as the town manager during that time period.
Are you there, Chris?
So what are you asking?
I'm asking to be paid 10% more than what my salary was during the time I was acting as acting town manager. So the total
But
is
your title was assistant town manager,
That's
and
correct.
you never fulfilled the responsibilities of the town manager.
That's
you
not
know,
true, sir. That's not true,
and
sir.
I'm going to say you barely fulfilled the responsibilities of an assistant town manager.
That's not true, sir.
I disagree with you, so we're going to have to agree to disagree.
No, I understand. I don't have a problem with your assessment. You're entitled to your opinion, and you have the vote. You have the right to vote any way you choose to, which you have. I'd like to say thank you to the commission for the time that I have worked as your assistant town manager. But if we're talking about HR, normal HR procedures, if a person is working more than 2 pay periods in a position higher than he's hired for, then he's entitled to the additional 10% over his regular. And therefore, it's been 20 weeks and 2 days. That's what I'm entitled to. Whether you pay it or not.
By what you're saying, though, but what you're saying, though, is I personally have been fulfilling the role as the town manager. So has the other commissioner. So therefore, we're entitled to, let's say, $150,000 a year instead of the $42,000 a year that we currently make. Is that what you're trying to say? Because that's what you're saying. I think this is something that needs to go through the attorney, and we'll discuss it at a later time.
Well, sir, you're entitled to do whatever you think is appropriate. Then that means I will have to do whatever I have to do. But I
understand you've already threatened us with the lawsuit. I put it in the background.
That's not a threat, sir. We're just talking about the business of governmental operations.
Then it will have to be reviewed by the attorneys, and then once it's reviewed by our town attorney, then we can get back to you on this subject matter. But therefore, at this time, there's nothing we can do about it. We can discuss it with the attorney, and then we'll get back to you.
Yolanda, did you want to add something? I wasn't sure with the finger whether it meant you want to trying to draw my attention.
No, it's just that Commissioner Jacobs just mentioned that we could discuss it with the attorney at a later time. So I guess I'll just save my comments and I'll speak with the attorney about it.
Do we need to expand the scope of services for Ignacio? Chris?
I spoke to Mr. Daughtry about this Friday when I asked him about the issue. He says it's in the personnel policy manual that when you upgrade from your position, that you get this additional compensation. I haven't had a chance to review that. If it's in the manual, and that's then
So
it would be so. But I haven't looked at the issue, so I don't know the answer.
So let me explain that part. That's what I wanted to comment on. So the current Town of Pembroke Park manual, which is a very old manual, as everybody knows, and the new manual will be presented to the new town manager very soon, so that when you come back from your vacation, you'll have a new handbook that will have reviewed by the town attorney as well by that time. Now, your old handbook does not say the 10%. However, Mr. Daughtry, correct me if I'm wrong, you printed out a document from the Oil Wingo handbook that says the 10%. Can you clarify that for me?
The Oil Wingo said 5%. Your email to the finance director and to me said basically that when an employee is working in a higher position, then he is entitled to a 10% increase. And that's where the 10% came from.
I see. So that was a recommendation.
Yes.
Based on 2 employees that were officially placed in an acting capacity.
Right.
Gary and Robert Day were placed in an acting capacity.
Yeah.
But that there is no established policy in the current Town of Pembroke Park handbook. Now, another thing that needs to be clarified here is that you were never, I mean, to my knowledge, and that's what I sent an email to the town attorney on, you were never officially placed as an acting town manager, and all of the documents that you signed during that 20 time period, you signed all of them as assistant town manager, even though the signature line said town manager. Assistant town manager, you always signed as the assistant town manager. So I think that this has to be a discussion with the town attorney to see exactly what he recommends.
Also, may I?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Daughtry.
In a memo where the town attorney on March the 10th wrote to to Broward County when they asked to the OIG when they asked the question. It says, please advise, he wanted to advise them that Ms. Salters was no longer employed as the town manager, that Newell Daughtry is the assistant town manager performing the duties of the town manager until the position is filled. That's what our attorney wrote on March the 10th. Also, on March the 4th, an email from Commissioner Jacques to me stating that as the acting manager, that I should have weekly management meetings. And then there's one other one. And then the other one that Yolanda just talked about, February the 11th, where she wrote a memoranda to basically the finance director, say, Harry, when there has been an employee in an acting capacity, has there been an adjustment in pay for the additional responsibility? Standard is normally 10%. If there are no previous protocols, I recommend moving forward with a 10% if there's no objection from the assistant manager. So I used the 10%, which is what the HR consultant had recommended, that employee who was working in a position greater than theirs for the 10%. Now, it either is or it isn't. if the town attorney says to the OIG that I'm serving as interim town manager until a manager is hired, and if clerk commissioner states to me in a memo, an email, that as acting town manager, that I should hold weekly management meetings, it either is or it isn't. You can't have it on one side and not have it on the other. That's all I'm saying. So I don't have a problem with the town attorney getting your heads together. But that the reality is, I can't hear what you're saying.
I said, but we still haven't continually got our weekly updates from the town, from the position that I requested, that never continued on. There's a lot that's failed. There's a lot that's not happened. So
for some reason, I still can't hear you.
And responsibility, I disagree with it. So, you know, we'll have to go down that path when it comes.
Okay.
All right, as long as I put it on the record.
Okay.
Therefore, you know, you have a right to do whatever you think you can.
Chris?
But anyway, let me end by saying thank you for the service, giving me an opportunity to work with you. Even though I clearly understand that when I read the item that was put on the agenda, I knew what the conclusion was, because that was it wasn't straightforward, but it was what I've seen before. But thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. What are we up to? G, HR Community Gardener.
Okay, Madam Mayor and Commissioners, this is in regards to a gardener part-time that we've talked about. Yolanda has given a job description. It should be in your backup. And Yolanda, if you want to come on and talk a little bit about what we're planning on doing. And I would like to approve this tonight. Then over the summer, Yolanda could look for somebody. It's going to be a specialized person. And I've already talked to Harry. We'll have him come on, and the money is there. You know, we do have the funds, as you stated out, Madam Mayor, but I'd like to move forward on it tonight so we could get somebody lined up and get it going. And then that would be almost near the end of the year. Yolanda, you want to talk?
Go ahead, Yolanda.
So it would be a part-time position. The position could not exceed 30 hours so that we can ensure that the person is not entitled to any health insurance benefits. So it would be an average of 30 hours or below. We would try to keep it under 29 hours, basically at 29 hours and below. And this position would report directly to the Assistant Public Services Director. Of course, with a liaison, report dotted line to the Vice Mayor. And then this person would be responsible for the physical gardening labor, as well as coordination of any community events that would occur. So that's like the essential job summary for this position. And the Vice Mayor is presenting this to be added to this year's budget. Originally, we had discussed next year's budget, but he would like to add it to this year's budget and try to find somebody over the course of the summer. And then the assistant public services director, the public services director, and under the town manager, final approval of the town manager, could make the final hire for this position. once we-
I have some discussion on this.
Go ahead, Jacob. Jacobs? Yes, no, maybe.
Did you hear me? I said I have some discussion on this.
Well, I heard you say that, but I couldn't hear anything else.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why it cut it out a little bit. Anyways, my discussion on this is that we actually discussed this for next budget, not this budget, because it is not a budgeted position. And I disagree with the fact that we have funds for this position because we are pulling from the reserves, guys. We don't have the money. Okay? If we budget for it next year, then we could get it in there and fulfill that position within the next year, not this year, but next year, because we do not have the funds. Pulling from the reserves means we don't have the money, guys. That's why we're pulling from the reserves.
Yeah,
Okay?
Jeffrey.
It's a simple. Even though we have savings from different positions that are not fulfilled around the town, I understand that. But we're still pulling from the reserves because we are negative this year. So this position of gardener does not need to be fulfilled until the next year when it's actually budgeted for.
Yep. Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
That's fine. That's fine. The only reason why I brought it up this way is you had mentioned, Madam Mayor, that there's positions open. We can live with that. That's fine. Commissioner Jacobs, I'm with you. Okay, so let's withdraw that.
We got to be fiscally responsible with.
Yep. Okay. We can do it. We can do it. That's a good. You got a good point, and I see it. And so let's make it for October 1st, Yolanda. Okay, and commission. Okay, so what can I vote? Can we make a motion to approve this and effective in next year's budget, October 1st? Can I do that?
And I can start the recruitment process.
I
between-
thought we did that last month or a couple of months ago.
Did we, Madam Mayor? Or Yolanda, do you remember?
Yes, I brought it up.
I believe so, but it was more of a discussion. Now we
Yeah,
actually
okay.
have a full job description with the duties and responsibilities listed and the reporting structure of who it reports to. So this would be, let's say, to solidify the.
Yeah, okay, so I'll make a motion that effective October 1st, 2020, that we create this position, have a part-time gardener as outlined in Yolanda's job description, effective October 1st, 2020, for next year, not this year. That's fair.
Okay. All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Roll call.
But you mean this year, right? How is
No,
this October?
the next budget is October 1st, 2020. I do understand that argument, and I agree with it. So it'd be
You said next year.
next year's budget.
Next-
It's gonna be next year's budget, correct?
Correct.
He, what Vice Mayor is stating is that it's fiscal year starting October
Okay.
1st, 2020 to fiscal year September 30th, 2021.
Correct.
Okay, because that's how our budget works. Okay, so we have a motion by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Commissioner DeVille. Commissioner Cohen?
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille?
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark? Vice
Oh,
Mayor Clark?
yes, yes,
Oh.
I'm sorry, I hit mute.
It's okay, it's okay. Mayor Mohammed?
Yes.
Yes.
And
Motion
thank you-
passes.
Thank you, commissioners, and thank you, Commissioner Jacobs, DeVille, Cohen, and Mayor Mohammed. Thank you, and Yolanda.
Okay. 11, resolutions. Okay, so these are the public hearings. No, these aren't the public hearings. All right, request number 11A, request authorization to prepare, design and build RFP for preserve ADA restrooms under the CDBG 45th year project.
Okay, Madam Mayor and Commissioners, what we're going to do is we're going to walk down a series of resolutions, requests for proposals, so forth, so on, that Attorney Ryan has prepared. So I'm going to try to make this as fast as possible. So Attorney Ryan, if you have the resolution, then if you could read it as the mayor points it out, then if there's any questions, Assistant Director Jacques can answer them for you, or me, or the attorney.
Okay, first one is a resolution of the Town Commission of Town of Pembroke Park, Florida, authorizing and directing the town staff to prepare a request for proposals for the 45th year Community Development Block Grant Project, superseding conflicting resolutions and providing an effective date. This relates to the ADA restrooms for the Town of Pembroke Park under the CDBG grant.
Motion to adopt.
There's a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion. Just want to clarify that these are not those prefab bathrooms, correct?
No, they're not. It's gonna be a design and build type of OSP.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay,
I
Gina
have
has
something.
Go ahead.
Is
These aren't the
this what,
portables, right?
No. That's why we're having this RFP.
Wait a minute, what am I thinking of? Peter Coonan. He had nothing to do with this, did he? 'Cause I read something with him from 2018. Was he a part of that?
It shouldn't be. That's something that was done while I was here last year.
Oh, okay.
It was last year CDBG.
Oh, I thought it was Peter Coonan.
All right. He had one for maybe the parks, the building itself. I don't know.
Okay, so that's A. That's resolution to 11A.
Okay, so call the roll.
Motion by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Clerk Commissioner Jacobs. Commissioner Cohen. Commissioner Cohen?
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille?
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed?
Yes.
Motion passes.
11B, request authorization to prepare RFP for engineering design of John P. Lyons Lane drainage improvements under the hemp project. Vice Mayor Clark.
Okay, and before I can start this, Madam Mayor, I've been advised by the town manager and the town attorney that I have to request Attorney Ryan, may I vote on this project? And if I can, tell me, yes or no.
Yes, you may, based on the opinion I gave you today, that there's not a conflict of interest for you to vote on this.
Okay. So thank you. So you want to read the resolution?
Can you hold, hello, can I say something?
And the answer is the same for you, Commissioner Cohen. Your opinion was provided today also that you can vote on these projects dealing with John P. Lyons Lane and Southwest 25th Street.
Okay, now these are the projects that I think it's in our backup. Is this the one with Peter that Peter worked on in 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. All right, thank you.
Okay, the first one's a resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Pembroke Park, Florida, authorizing the town staff to prepare requests for proposals for engineering design, John P. Lyons Lane, stormwater drainage improvements, superseding conflicting resolutions and providing an effective date.
Motion to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Motion by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Commissioner Cohen, Commissioner DeVille. Commissioner Cohen,
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille,
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark,
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed,
Yes.
motion passes.
Request authorization to prepare RFP for engineering design of Southwest 25th Street stormwater improvements.
Okay, Madam Mayor, as advised by the town manager and confirmed by the town attorney, I have to ask the question, may I vote on this project, Attorney Ryan?
Yes, you may.
Oh, I see a hand.
Go ahead, Gina.
Attorney Ryan.
Yeah, you may also vote on it. All right, so I'll go ahead and read this. A resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Pembroke, Florida, authorizing town staff to prepare a request for proposal for engineering design for Southwest 25th Street stormwater drainage improvements, superseding conflicting resolutions and provide effective date.
Motion to adopt.
Here a second? Roll call.
Where's the other one? Where's the other one? We're doing this.
I'm sorry, but who made the second?
It's right there. Called it in.
Ray.
I have a motion by Vice Mayor Clark, but I don't have a second.
Ray, have second.
I second.
Oh, he did? Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't
Yeah.
know.
Didn't have the
Commissioner
resolution,
Cohen,
but we'll play it.
Oh, we didn't have a resolution.
Commissioner Cohen,
Did I forget to?
Commissioner DeVille,
Attorney Ryan did.
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille.
Can you hear me?
Howard,
Commissioner
mute your thing,
Jacobs,
Howard.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark,
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed,
Yes.
motion passes.
Request for authorization to prepare RFP for town hall hardening, generator, and roof repairs under hemp.
Okay, Attorney Ryan?
There is no resolution.
Yeah, the resolution was not prepared, but if you want to do, go ahead and authorize it by motion, and then by the time we get back from when we have the resolution, everything, the RFP prepared, you can confirm it, and then we can issue it at that point.
Okay, the only thing that I have to put out here, and I told everybody, and I know you're gonna cooperate, if we need a special meeting, because now tonight we don't have this. So if we need it and there's a deadline and we don't meet the deadline, then that's really bad for us. So we're gonna be coming back if necessary. Hopefully we won't have to, but you have to understand, by taking a vacation as long as we're taking, with all these issues coming forward at one time, I just have to throw that out there. So what is it you need for me to do? I'll make a motion. Okay, I'll make a motion that we request authorization to prepare the RFP for town hall hardening, generator, and roofing under the HMGP project.
Here a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Motion by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Commissioner DeVille. Commissioner Cohen,
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille,
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs,
Yes.
Clerk Vice Mayor Clark,
Yes,
Mayor Mohammed.
Yes.
and again, thank you,
Motion
Commissioner,
passes.
and thank you, Attorney Ryan.
All right, the next item up, public hearing for ordinance, 2020-02 for relating to chapter 12, health and sanitation. Chris?
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
this is the ordinance relating to remedying these problems of nuisances that are of imminent threat to health and safety would allow the town manager to make a determination if there is a threat to health and safety, to go ahead and to remedy the problem and then bill the property owner if they don't properly do it. As it is now, there's a 15-day lag period, and as you've seen in some other situations where it's just too long to let garbage dumpsters overflow and things like that. This would be the second reading and the public hearing. So I'll go ahead and read them as our general procedure is to read the ordinance by title only, then for you to open the public hearing. I don't know if there's any public comments. I guess that would be the time when the clerk would read any public comments into the record, or if there's anybody currently online that wanted to make a comment, they could do it, and then the commission would vote. So it's an ordinance of the Town Commission of the Town of Pembroke Park, Florida, relating to Chapter 12, Health and Sanitation, creating a new section entitled Imminent Public Health Threat, providing for inclusion in the code ordinances, providing for severability, superseding conflicting ordinances and resolutions, and providing an effective date.
I open up to the public. Marlon, do you have any comments from the public?
Mayor, give me just 2 seconds.
Okay.
And in the meantime, while she's checking that, I just let the commission know that all these have been advertised in Sun Sentinel. So that publication portion was taken care of, and also have been posted at Town Hall and on the website.
No, Mayor, I don't have any comments.
Motion to adopt.
Well, I close the public section, bring it back before the commission.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Any discussion? No, roll call.
Motion made by Vice Mayor Commissioner DeVille, Commissioner Cohen,
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille,
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark,
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed.
Yes.
Motion passes.
12B, extended hours licensing fees, section 3-2.5.
Okay, again, this is
2003.
right. Same procedure on this. This is the second reading on this ordinance. This is the ordinance that changes the fee structure from a set fee for establishments that have extended hours licenses to a fee structure based upon the number of seats, I guess, in the restaurant. So it's an ordinance of the Town Commission of the Town of Pembroke Park, Florida, relating to Chapter 3, alcoholic beverages, amending Section 3-2.5, extended hours license, providing for inclusion in the code ordinances, providing for severability, superseding conflicting ordinances and resolutions, and providing an effective date.
Open it to the public. Are there any public comments on this one, Marlon?
No, Mayor, we have none.
Okay, close the public and comments and bring it back before the commission.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Roll call.
Motion made by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Commissioner DeVille. Commissioner Cohen,
No.
Commissioner DeVille,
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs,
No.
Vice Mayor Clark,
Well, I'm in a little bit of a dismay, but I can't see why we wouldn't. So I'm going to say yes.
Mayor Mohammed.
Yes.
Motion passes.
12C, rezoning ordinance relating to rezoning of lot 20E. Chris?
Yeah, this is an owner-initiated request for rezoning of this parcel of land on County Line Road. Its parcel was originally zoned for residential. That was changed to a S1 civic and recreational zoning classification at the time when there's a party bought it to construct a church. That never happened. Now it's been purchased by another property owner who wants to go ahead and have the zoning changed back to multifamilies to allow them to construct a multifamily residential property building on the structure. This has gone before the hearing examiner, and the hearing examiner voted, or his report is in favor of this change of zoning. And again, the ordinance of the Town Commission of the Town of Pembroke Park, Florida, relating to Chapter 28 zoning, amending the zoning classification of Lot 20E, Hollywood Ridge Farms, according to the plat thereof, according to miscellaneous plat book 2, page 16, the public records of Broward County, Florida, Land Future Line and Dean of Broward County, Florida. The present zoning classification of S1 Civic and Recreational District, the RM16A, medium density residential district, providing for severability, superseding conflicting ordinances and resolutions, and providing an effective date.
All right, open a public hearing. Does anyone from the public wish to speak? And close the public hearing. Mike, did you want to add anything?
No, ma'am.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, then I'll bring it back before the just commission.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Motion by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Commissioner DeVille. Commissioner Cohen?
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille?
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed?
Yes.
Motion passes.
13, response to Florida Department of Economic Opportunity letter prepared by town planner. Michael?
Yes, ma'am. Just briefly, I provided a staff report on this and a draft letter. Each city in the state of Florida has a comprehensive plan addressing growth in their community. A plan is only as good as if it's up to date. The state requires that every 7 years, each community now analyze their plan. And the old process was to prepare a big plan, actually called an evaluation and appraisal report, which was fairly costly for many small communities like ours that are generally built out, not much growth. It was kind of a frivolous exercise, if you will. The state changed the law to allow local governments now to look at if there's any changes in the community that the community itself would want to amend their comprehensive plan, or if there were state laws that caused us to change the plan. We monitor that continuously. Quite frankly, just 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, you completed a complete overhaul and update of your comprehensive plan that was adopted in the early part of 17. And the state found it in compliance in the middle, a couple months later, I think it was in July of 17. And then in 19, we processed the agro comp plan amendments. I don't believe that there is any reason for us to, or for you to do another in-depth analysis. Nothing has really changed. It's actually kind of calmed down with the virus now. Some of the site plan activity, although we have a few in the process right now. But I don't think, in my opinion, the town needs to do any major surgery on their comprehensive plan. The option is always there at any time for you to initiate specific amendments if you choose to do that. Mostly this is an administrative function that the planner coordinates with the mayor and or manager. And in our opinion, the town should provide a letter to the state planning agency advising them that they do not see a need to do any amendments in the near future. The deadline to submit the letter is August 1st. That completes my presentation.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you've sent the letter off.
I have not sent it yet. There's I prepared a draft letter, but we have not mailed it off yet.
Okay. All right, so can you get that off and see what their response is going to be to know whether or not?
Yeah, I feel confident that they will agree and say, just updated your plan. we don't see any need for you, and there's no state law changes that would cause us to initiate any amendments. So I feel confident with that. But yes, we will finalize the letter and transmit it prior to the deadline.
Okay. All right. Well, it looks like I'll be driving up there tonight since they're having issues with my paperwork. So if you want to send it with me, I can wait until the morning.
Not necessary.
Okay.
So it's more of an informational item on the agenda here.
Okay. 13B, conceptual plans for the relocation of the building, public works, and other departments. All right, who wants to take that one? I mean, the plans have been floating around.
That would be McGill, Madam Mayor.
Mayor, if you could give me 1 second, I need to step away from the meeting. You can continue. I'll be right back. Okay?
Okay. Okay.
Oh, can you talk, unmute yourself because you're on here twice?
Who's on there twice?
Yeah. I'm gonna give him control so he can put the plan.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. All right.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present the conceptual plans that we have for the expansion and the new building department. This time I'm gonna share my screen with you. It's gonna take a second. At this point in time, with this presentation, there will be 2 requests at the end of the presentation. I just want to make sure of that. And if you can see my mouse, you can see where it's a little bit small, but you can see where I'm marking. This is the conceptual plans of the building department. As you can see, this is the main entrance of the city hall, and this is gonna be our small lobby, the reception area, the work area. We're gonna have a small conference room, break area, and this in red. Are you hearing me? Hello?
We hear you. We hear you, Miguel.
And this will be the new building official's office. But as I would like to bring to your attention is those 2 squares. Those 2 squares right now represent the plans examiners offices, which is going to be for the fire department and for the building department. That includes approximately 5 people into it. Also, even though we have a different name here, this was going to be originally for the other department, but now it's going to be for code enforcement, since the code enforcement has been brought forward to the building department. However, I would like to bring to your attention in those 2 squares, should we decide, and I will recommend, instead of having a hard partitions, we create cubicles. Yes, it might increase a little bit of the budget, but we have partitions. We may be able to bring additional staff into the new building department as an entire development services department, including, but not limited to, the town engineer and the town planner, that we can host it within the department. And that will be part of the development services department if you choose to do that in the future. And that will be the presentation for what the concept is. We're still dealing with the architect for the appropriate approvals. However, and based on these conceptuals and upon your guidance and your decision, if we allow us to continue with the cubicles like I outlined it before, I have my first request to you. The first request would be, if you consider to, and I will strongly recommend to the town commission the consideration to move the server, which is on this location. This is the existing server for our IT department. I believe that this server is in the middle of a pristine area for expansion and bring additional staff for the building department. And
Please, wait, hold on, Miguel. Please, if somebody could please go ahead and mute your phone. The screen, whatever.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On this server, we can still add additional staff or additional space for having the staff having a more comfortable space or area. In addition, by moving the server, it allows the server for expansion at a future location, could be the second floor or any other location assigned by the IT director or the future IT director, which I believe will be better and beneficial to the town because the town will not have to cover some of those expenses, but you basically just only to move the server out of that particular room. And that I will leave maybe for future date. That will be the first permission that I need to ask, maybe for a form of a motion. And the second one, unless just to keep it quick, I would like to request the commission to authorizes the procurement, finance department, or the building department to request an RFQ for the construction after all the plans and whatever you accept to do into the cubicles or maintaining the partitions. So that way, whenever the town commission returns from the 2 months hiatus, we will have all the numbers, everything in preparation for construction. So that way we can vacate the locations where we are at this point in time. If you have any questions, I'll be more than glad to answer them.
I know the reason that the server room was left there because it was $25,000 and we didn't have that money budgeted. So that's why it was left there. We've been having this discussion about moving that server room for years because technically it should be on a higher level floor.
And I agree with you, Madam Mayor, because that's all is remember, even though the city hall is not in a special flood hazard area, it's still a flood hazard area. So if we have water or damage or anything in the particular server, that goes our communications for the town. So I would strongly recommend to that move, should you guys accept it.
No, we've been trying to move it for years. We just don't have the money for it.
I believe now is the best time.
Okay, so who's taking the $20,000 pay cut? Okay.
I will discuss that with other appropriate department heads at the time.
Okay. All right. The RFP should have been done on this for this project to move forward.
Yeah.
All right. So
what do you want me to do? What kind of motion do you want me to make, Madam Mayor and Miguel?
Motion to do the RFP for the design. I mean, for the construction.
That is correct, sir. We need the motion for, even though we don't have an RFP right now, but we can maybe to move to request an RFP for the construction after the design is complete and finished. So that way, by the time the commission comes from hiatus, we have all the numbers and designs, and we can do.
Okay, so I'll make a motion, Madam Mayor and Commissioners, that we authorize to go out for RFP for construction for the relocation of the building department as shown with the conceptual plan. And that is after we have the design. Is that good, Miguel?
That is correct, sir. And we expect that if you can include there that the design may or may not include cubicle partitions.
Okay, and I would like to just add the design may or may not include cubicle partitions.
Correct, sir.
Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call.
I just want to get the motion correct. The motion is for an RFP for construction to take place after the design of the relocation for the building department that may or may not have cubicles.
That is correct, because we don't know how the RFP.
You need to mute yourself. I can't hear Miguel. I'm sorry, Miguel.
Yes. The design may or may not include cubicles depending if we can manage to move the server out of the room, out of that particular area. And that's why I leave it open on those particular options and on that option. That way we don't stop the design or the completion of the design for RFQ.
Okay, so, but first you're gonna do the design and then you're gonna do the RFP construction, or you're gonna do them simultaneously?
We can do somewhat parallel with, in order to get a cost estimate about the way that it is right now, and the cubicle, the cubicle may be a little bit larger soon.
Look, I have a question. Because you're saying that this, what is the company on there? Juan Pujo Rubin.
That's the architect.
Okay, but when you say design, what do you mean by design?
Complete the design. That means right now, this is the design, but if we go into RFQ, the design is gonna have to be changed to a cubicle system on those areas that is outlined in there in red. That we're gonna have to go back to the architect because of the data and electrical installations.
Okay. So that's what I was a little confused about, because I'm like, I think we only paid him like $3,000. So that's, I'm like, okay, are we doing another RFP for that, or can we just modify or tell him we want to modify the design on that?
I believe the RFP already controls any addendum into the contract or change orders. So that way, actually change orders, not addenda, because the RFQ is already done. So that will be as we need it. So that's already done.
Can somebody mute? All right. I don't know. There's a motion on the floor. I believe it was seconded, so call the roll.
Okay, motion by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Commissioner DeVille. Commissioner Cohen,
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille,
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs, Clerk Commissioner Jacobs,
Yes. Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark,
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed.
Yes.
Motion passes. I need to get the commissioners on the screen, please.
Okay, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Okay, what happened here, McGill was doing such of a good job of presenting this, that then everybody else in town hall wants their space improved. So I was concerned about Public Works because they're gonna make moves and put everybody in different places. So everybody is trying to do the thing to where when you start these moves and you start with the police department and you start with building, everything runs smoothly, goes seamlessly. And so we needed to bring up and get a conceptual plan, which should not be that difficult. According to the manager, it was no more than going in there and painting and putting in new tile, as you've done in other parts of the town, building. And once I did that, and of course, this is your business, I know that. I've been trying to do this for years and doing it for years. So then once I did that, then I get a call from finance and they said, hey, what about us? So then finance was pulled into it. And then you have the break room. So I think what we should do and do this, and this was requested by the finance, do it right, instead of piecemealing it, go out now and do a conceptual plan for the town hall, all the space that we're going to improve. And then you can go out for proposals, so forth, so on, till we get to the end, budget it, maybe, and whatever we have to do there down the road. But that's what my discussion is now, is first to take care of McGill and the building department. Then it'll be, we have to also address Jacobs and the police. And you have to also address Public Works.
Okay, we'll work on that, Howard.
Huh?
Okay, we'll work on that. You're gonna have a new engineer, so let them do some of this stuff. They can do it in-house. All right, what do you have, Commissioner Jacobs, for the police department architectural plans?
It's okay.
Jacob?
Yeah, go ahead.
What do you have for the police architectural plans?
Actually, that is Yolanda that has something for that.
Okay, Yolanda?
So the proposal is to ask the town commission for approval to start an RFP process. It would actually be an RFQ process. It would be for architectural services and construction services. And obviously the area that we're speaking of is where building currently is. Which we have a pretty aggressive timeline to implement a police department and bring on board a police department as soon as possible. So the request is to be able to move forward with drafting an RFP for the architectural services and the construction services, and then present that to you once the RFQ process is completed.
Okay. Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to put out or to prepare RFQ for architectural services as well as construction services. But just make sure we don't get in the same situation with the last company where they said that if we took their design, we had to use them to do the construction. If not, we couldn't even keep the design.
I'll make that motion.
Please mute our phones and mute mics when I'm talking.
Okay, I made that motion.
Second.
Okay, roll call.
Motion by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Clerk Commissioner Jacobs. Commissioner Cohen? Commissioner Cohen?
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille?
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed?
Yes.
Okay, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Okay, we don't need to do a lot of engineering and all that. We're gonna keep Public Works where it is. It's no more than what we've done in other offices, new tile and a paint job. So we don't have to go through all this for that. I've been told that by everybody. Okay, so
Well, the
it's
public
not
works was already updated. Remember Todd just updated that not too long ago. That's why they have the
Okay.
most modern bathroom in there. But that's not
Okay,
even up for discussion.
Madam Mayor, I don't want them to be left out. That's not true. The carpet is terrible. Look at Yolanda. She's holding back her smile. She knows, and everybody knows it needs a facelift. Please don't go on with everybody else and then leave them out. So also
All
a
the
little bit of paint
departments
and
need
tile.
it.
Okay, so then make the motion to paint everything and put some tile.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a
Move it
motion.
forward. I mean, they just got a new
Look,
bathroom. Go ahead.
Well,
I don't care.
a new bathroom isn't, okay, I make a motion based on what I was told that Public Works is gonna stay there and go across the way to the other room where Michelle Grooms is at. Then I'll make a motion that you paint, upgrade, a facelift, and tile the floors in those rooms in an amount not to exceed, how much do you think it'll cost, JC?
The actual construction, I have no idea.
Okay, so there we go, Yolanda knows maybe.
Okay, wait,
Yolanda?
Yolanda and then Gina, and then we gotta move on.
I have an idea just because we were just saying that we don't want to put anything. If we could get through the code and the building department, and the police, because I want to make sure that the town manager gets the opportunity to try to get everything as uniform as possible. So if we start doing little pieces here and there, everything is going to look different. I think it would be good for him to give you a full plan of the renovations that he'd like to do to the town. But it would have to start with these two departments that we're already moving forward with the construction and then make everything uniform.
I agree. That's the way you do it.
Likewise, I agree. Well,
Mayor, Mayor, if I may, that was gonna be my suggestion.
I agree also.
It was gonna be my suggestion, and we can even divide it up by floor, so we can do the entire first floor, which most of it is on this agenda today. So we can do the lobby area as well with the restrooms. We can do the council chambers also as well, and then we move on to the second floor, and then the third floor if we even use it. But we also want to, fix the whole building as well. Like today, the air conditioning and the second floor went out, and so we were a little warm up there. But we'll just take a look at the whole building and renovate the entire thing. So that way we're not piecemealing it and it looks nice and uniform when you walk inside.
Yeah, I agree with that also, but don't leave us out. Don't leave Public Works out. So you'll include.
Don't leave anyone out.
Don't leave.
Do it
leave
right.
anyone out. Yeah, I agree with that. So do you need a motion on that, Madam Mayor?
I'm sure you do, so go ahead and make the motion.
Okay, so I'll
It's a
make a motion.
budgeted item, as Gina says.
Let's not leave no one out.
So McGill, or JC,
Yes,
help me
sir.
with this. Okay, help me with what we're trying to do here, because you understand the first drawing that you're doing. So what we're going to do is close everything in as what was mentioned when you made the presentation for the new building department. So what do you want me to do here? So we're included in it, the lobby, the public works, the commission chambers, and make it a complete package.
The whole first floor.
The whole first floor. Okay. So I'm going to make a motion that while we're doing the police department, the building department, we also do a conceptual on the whole first floor and make it one package.
All right. So is there a second?
I'll second.
Call the roll.
Motion made by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Commissioner Cohen. I'm just verifying the vote is to go ahead and put together a conceptual drawing for the entire first floor, correct?
Yes.
Is that the motion?
Yes, and then we'll do the second floor.
Okay, so Commissioner Cohen,
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille, Commissioner DeVille,
yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark,
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed.
Yes. Okay.
Motion
Next item.
passed. Oh, wait, Mayor, you need to know that that section was where I told you that, at the beginning of the meeting that I had included a resolution and also the contract to go ahead and hire the professional services, the actual contract for Mr. David Howard.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
The attorney has all that information.
All right, Chris.
Yes. All right. The agreement for Mr. Howard was sent to you, the proposed agreement. And if there are any additional changes, use the scope of services basically from the accommodation of what came back as a proposal from the various professionals who submitted their proposals. The question I had, I didn't know how you wanted to, first of all, if those scope of services was acceptable, then the next question was going to be whether how you wanted to make these payments. The $24,000 lump sum for the providing the services. How did you want to pay that? What kind of benchmarks, or did you want to have, or you just want to do it paid monthly, or I don't know how you intended to make those payments to him. That's the only two questions I had regarding the agreement. I don't know if anybody else has any after reviewing it.
Okay, well, I haven't reviewed the agreement, but I would just say, to do a benchmark, you know, as soon as something's done, give them a check. As soon as the next phase is done, give them a check. That way, hopefully it'll give them an incentive to go ahead and get this thing started much sooner rather than later, because of the fact that the reason that we are taking money out the reserve is because of the contract.
Okay, well, all right, so there are basically, I guess we could break this up. There's like 15 different tasks for the person to accomplish. Want to just make it break it into quarterly payments. So when you've done the first 4, you get 6,000. The next 4, you get your next 6,000, something like that. So that it's getting paid as it goes along.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, I'll draft. I'll include that language.
Okay, so can we approve it conceptually right now?
Yeah, we'll just get to the final approval. I'll go over it with Mr. Jimenez tomorrow, and we'll make sure that we have all the everything ironed out, and then we can present it to Mr. Howard.
Okay, sounds good. All right.
Yeah, a resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Pembroke Park, Florida, authorizing the town to make it enter into a law enforcement consultant agreement with David A. Howard, authorizing and directing the mayor to execute and deliver said law enforcement consultant agreement for and on behalf of the town, superseding conflicting resolutions, provide an effective date. Whereas the town commission has sought proposals from various qualified individuals to provide consultant services relating to the establishment of the police force for the town of Pembroke Park. And whereas the town has reviewed proposals received by the various consultants to prepare the services requested, and has selected David A. Howard as the most qualified individual to provide the requested services, and whereas it's necessary for the parties to enter into a written agreement setting forth the terms and conditions for the provision of services and compensation for said services. Now therefore be resolved by the Town Commission of the Town of Pembroke Park, Florida, Section 1, that the town is authorized to make and enter into a law enforcement consultant agreement with David A. Howard. Said agreement being on file with the town clerk by reference to part Europe. Section 2, that upon final approval of the law enforcement consultant agreement by the parties, that the mayor is authorized and directed to execute and deliver said agreement for and on behalf of the town. Section 3, that all resolutions or parts of resolutions in conflict herewith being the same are hereby superseded to the extent of such conflict. Section 4, that this resolution shall be enforced and take effect if it's passed or not.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Somebody make the motion.
To adopt.
Second.
Roll call.
Motion by Clerk Commissioner Jacobs, seconded by Vice Mayor Clark. Commissioner Cohen. Commissioner Cohen?
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille?
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed?
Yes. All right, next item,
Motion
annexation.
passed.
I'm sorry, what?
No, I just said motion passed, sorry.
Okay. Next item, annexation. Can you read the resolution, Chris?
Yes, I can. 1 second. I'm just pulling it up.
Okay.
Actually, I'll just go ahead and read it by title. It's a resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Pembroke Park, Florida, supporting the enactment of Senate Bill 410, requesting that the Governor, Ron DeSantis, sign the Senate Bill 410 into law, superseding conflicting resolutions and provide an effective date.
Motion to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Second.
Motion made by Vice Mayor Clark, seconded by Commissioner DeVille. Commissioner Cohen?
Is there a bill that we're gonna be annexed?
No, this is the bill that Vice Mayor Clark has been working on with Attorney Segerson and the Board of League of Cities, that would require that any annexation of a one municipality would require their consent. So it wouldn't allow one city to take a portion of another city without the consent of the city that's going to be lose property.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Roll call.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Cohen?
Yes.
Commissioner DeVille?
Yes.
Clerk Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Mayor Mohammed?
Yes.
Motion passes.
14D, discussion, establish a committee to discuss the closure of Lakeshore Drive. Vice Mayor Clark.
Okay, Madam Mayor, I'm going to ask JC to be there with me. JC will work and I will work hand in glove, and he'll take the primary lead on it. And that'll be, now we have to contact and address the email. So that's the way, commissioners, I was planning to do it with the manager. Same with
Okay.
Coca-Cola.
Okay, so you'll get, go ahead, Gina.
Okay, because Lakeshore Drive happens to be mine. So what are we gonna do for Lakeshore Drive, Howard? Can you explain that to me? And why
What-
do you have to sit on the committee?
Well, I've been requested by the president to sit on to form a committee. And like I said, I don't want to do that by myself. So the perfect person is JC, and we'll talk.
Well, let's make sure that we don't want to take him away from his work from the town.
Well,
You
he's
know, you
got
can't
to
take
help.
up his time.
Well, okay,
I
so
just
that's
want to
what,
make sure we're not gonna, you know,
what
that
this
ain't-
is, what this is about is
Mhm.
that one property owner wants it closed,
Uh-huh.
and there's another property owner that's not going to want it closed. So we have dealt with this before. Historically, it happens every so many years. And so
Mhm.
it's back up here again being requested. So that is the quick history of it. Two
Uh-huh.
opposing property owners.
uh-huh. Okay,
Okay, so next item, the emergency powers, Chris, you have the email, so we need it rewritten so that it has current terminology.
Yeah, we'll need to continue to work on this. I mean, it's a pretty broad changes that you're requesting to make. So I think that now that you have a town manager on board that can be assistance, I think the three of us can work on it and have something ready for the fall and come back.
Okay. 15, commissioner reports, urban health, food for all, Vice Mayor Clark. Howard, urban health, food
Oh,
for all.
sorry about that. I was talking away and I was muted. Sorry about that, commissioners. The other day, we online virtually had a meeting with Urban Health Partnerships, Food for All of Broward. And that was Joy, Miriam, and myself. And they were excited, you know, to hear what's going on in Pembroke Park and that how we have a food desert and we're lessening that desert, food giveaway, a garden, an orchard. So their focus is going to be, you know, with us and with other municipalities and bringing more food to everybody in Broward County. So it was a very good virtual meeting. And as I mentioned before, this is a little different take on it with this group. And so, you know, we've asked for permission to join, and we have joined with them. And we also need to interface our Facebook with theirs and join. So that would be a maneuver or an exercise with Pakula. So anyway, great meeting, very exciting, and everybody's moving forward on the same page in Broward County, and we're part of it.
All right,
That's
are
all.
there any comments from anyone? No? Okay, then I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
motion to adjourn.
All in
Second.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Meeting adjourned at 11:28.
Aye.
This conference is no longer being recorded.